deplorable. And what that means is before I was saved, I was a piece of shit. Before I was saved, I didn't give a shit. Before I was saved, I was young, dumb, and full of cum. Before I was saved, I misbehaved. And reality is, I was a bad kid. Did some dumb shit. Never went to prison. Never went that place. You know, went to the mental hospital. Say that's just as bad. But, you know, I don't let things like that curve me. I don't let things like being molested get curved into, part of who I am. I let it not destroy me, basically. Because for those people out there that just let it destroy them inside and out, they're never going to get past life. They're never going to get happiness in this life. They're never going to understand what it is to seek happiness either. Yeah. Had to do a water change again today. Let's get up and see what I have to do in that tank first before I invite people in. I'm getting old. I feel like. He thinks he's getting fed. But see, I rearranged this whole thing today. So that way they could easily hide in every crevice and corner. And, yep. Need to also check something else. The biggest beta I have in there, he's right here. He's this blue. Weirdest thing ever. He's got a touch of green on his head. I think that's his birthmark, because honestly, he don't have no ick. The water's got something else in it that It's too much to get ick, basically. But anyways, I'm gonna go grab a cup of coffee. I'll be right back. I know it's almost 12 o'clock, but fuck it. Stay up for a couple hours. Anyhow, go and made that cup of coffee. And gotta go back for it in a few minutes. That's how life is. Popsicle. Mm. So before I was saved, I was a heroin addict. I was a junkie. I was a pill fiend, and
What up?
yeah. Before I was saved, I was deplorable.
Deplorable.
I was a condemned bastard.
We're back.
Let's see if I can get Damo up in here. Have our sausage fest like last night, as somebody else called it. Good old sausage fest. Anywho, had to do another water change today. Again. It's usually how it is till it fluctuates, is what the guy at the store told me. Point of tonight's hangout. Before I was kind of a piece of shit. Personal history, not just mine. A lot of people were pieces of shit before they had their aha moment. Oh, thank you. Thank you. That was quite kind of you. Thank you, kind madam. Yep, they're fish.
I still don't see the catfish.
He hides.
I know. He hides a lot.
You know where he's at?
Nope.
You really don't know where he's at.
No, I don't.
Look in. You can put your hand in there.
No, don't want to put my hand in there. Where does he hide? There?
Yeah, right next to the bubble.
Yes?
Yeah, he's a little bubble fiend.
Yeah. I see it.
Crack kills, Ma.
Good.
Not good. Holy shit, tit. That was harder than a motherfucking donkey. That was a joke. Let that motherfucker cool. That's just too fucking hot. Okay, dude. This is getting ridiculous. There we go. Go over the fucking hump, you damn piece of shit. Fox has been live streaming for a while now. Look on YouTube. Yeah, I already knew that. I never sold I never sold none of my mother's jewelry. I never did anything that deplorable. I never did anything like that. I was always kind of a good kid. I'd always steal money or vice versa, go out and fucking find things to steal to sell for money. And I was always that piece of shit. I was a thief. I was a horrible, horrible thief. I could walk down the street behind you and pick your wallet right out your pocket and you wouldn't even know I did it until I was 10 blocks away. Basically. Stuff like that. Not just simple shit either. It's to do stupid shit, you know? I was a dumb kid. We'd steal stuff. When we was kids, we used to steal alcohol and stuff like that too. We used to find ways to distract the clerks at the counter at the gas station and shit. And we would steal cigarettes as well. We were devious. I'm telling you, us kids were devious. We were the reason that they took away the cigarette aisle in Walgreens. This was back in like 2000. It's before they realized kids were gonna fucking get into smoking real heavy. Before they realized half the nation fucking smoked cigarettes. I'm not just talking about marijuana, all right? Half the nation did smoke cigarettes, and that's kind of the truth. You can't find one kid today that hasn't had a cigarette in his mouth. at one time or point. Well, maybe you can. Maybe goody two shoes and shit like that. But yeah, we were bad, devious little kids. I remember smoking weed, running from the cops, you know, fucking fighting with cops. No shit. Like, we were bad kids.
I was too.
Then we grow old and we realize that life hits us hard, and that's just what it is. And you know,
Yeah.
realize that there's taxation on everything, and that you have to have a job to basically do fucking anything, and you have to have this, that, and the other thing. And oh, by the way, when you have that job, Big Daddy government's gonna come in and take most of your fucking wages. So better off working for yourself.
Yeah. That's my plan. Because I don't do well with bosses, coworkers,
Family.
people. Oh no, I get along great with my family.
I do sometimes, as you noticed the other day.
Yeah.
I want this motherfucker to tell me that it fucking has lots of ammonia in it tomorrow. I'm gonna actually give it a couple days and then, you know, send it in to him, or go give it to him. That's what I mean, not send it in. I wish they had a little delivery guy that came out and tried to do all that junk. I'd be bitching. They probably do, but I don't got all the money for all that. You know?
Yep.
Because I'm just trying to get the water perfect so it's not fucked off.
Right.
It was deplorable. That's kind of funny. That's a cool article. Um, it is loosely hard to criticize Donald Trump without seeming to insult his voters. Deplorables. I love this picture. I need to share this picture. I fucking love this picture. Totally sharing that to every platform. When Hillary Clinton recently said that she puts half of Donald Trump's supporters in a basket of deplorables, calling such folks racist, sexist, homophobic, xenophobic, Islamophobic, you name it. Her Republican rival gleefully dubbed this outburst the single biggest mistake of the political season. I almost said career. Certainly, Mrs. Clinton does seem to have broken a cardinal rule of politics: attack those running for office and their policies by all means, but never blame the voters. As Democrats scrambled to defend their nominee, they urged Americans to consider Mrs. Clinton's remarks to context and to study the kindler thoughts that she shared next about how she puts other Trump backers into a second basket, unhappily filled with folk who feel the government and the economy has let them down, leave them just desperate for change and deserving of understanding. Alas, if Clinton allies think that or that sympathy will get them off the hook, they may be misjudging how much voters, aka we the people, enjoy being called desperate. Take it back a step. And the whole Trump bashing riff by Mrs. Clinton, delivered on September 9th against a slightly unhelpful backdrop of fundraising gala in Manhattan, points to a dreadful dilemma that the Republican president nominee represents for the entire political establishment, meaning not just Mrs. Clinton and the Democrats and principled and thoughtful Republicans, and at the risk of navel gazing, journalists trying to report fairly on this election. To put simply, Mr. Trump's shtick should not be working, in part that is because he has repeatedly made appeals to bigotry since oh dear Lord, entering the race, blah 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 blah. This person's a lefty. You obviously know. A year ago, it is dismaying to see so many Americans rather nod in agreement or pretend not to hear what he is really saying, to be still more blunt to anyone with their critical faculties undimmed by partisan rage and calculation. He is obviously a con man. Oh, fuck off. He ain't no con man. I ain't reading the rest of your article. I just like the picture. I'm saving that picture. But yeah, Mr. Economist, you're a commie. Go kill yourself. I'm allowed to say that, right?
Yep.
That's free speech, right? I'm pretty sure that files under free speech. It's kind of funny, though. I don't think he's a con man. In all aspects, I really don't think he's a con man. But then again, you don't really know until he gets into the office, right? All right. And until then, we won't know anything because personally, no one knows. It's all up in the fucking air. It's all how politics has always been. It's always been up in the air, and it's always been like this.
this may be my most disastrous example of gameplay coming up. Because I don't play Pallies a lot.
Yeah.
And I'm not good at Pallies. So
I haven't heard from Damo in almost 3 days, dude.
oh, shit.
No shit. Usually that fucker contacts me at least twice a day.
Yeah.
You know what I came in here and realized earlier when I was pulling out of the driveway? The blinds are open over there, and you can see this sign that says keep calm and hit a bomb
Yeah.
from the street. So I need to close them. That's what it is.
Oh, good. All this transmog gear in my bank that I gotta get rid of. Yeah.
Somebody else was trying to get me to join back on WoW the other night, and I'm like, nope. You can pay me all the gold in the world.
It's a bold claim. I'm a very rich man on this game.
Oh, Cassius, no. I would go back on WoW, but the only reason I would go back on WoW is if you let me and Damo go on the guild with you.
Go on the what?
The guild with you. And we'd go and attack the other guys we used to be in a guild with.
You don't want to be in
That's
the
the
guild.
only reason I would really go back on WoW, because I'd go fuck with them.
See, you were here for my fabled story with guilds. I don't do well with them. Well, I do well for me, but not for the guild, you see.
Oh, my back.
And besides, there are plenty of guilds that are suckers that you can take advantage of. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, that's what I meant.
Dude, I got like 2 different kinds of, today.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Can you see how chink-eyed I am?
Yep.
That just says it all, right?
Yep.
When the one guy ain't got it, I gotta go to another one. Or when one guy ain't got it, I gotta go to a shop, which sucks. But it's what it is.
Yeah.
And I bought some Tiger's Balm the other night.
Nice.
So, on the issue of not of people thinking we lack rights in this country, you know, you have things, right? I have things, right? Right? We all have things. We all understand we have these things. Well, then how in God's green asshole are we oppressed?
Whoa, whoa! Why is it green?
I don't know. Just go with me. Well, why is it green? We don't know. How are we oppressed? Yeah, nobody can ever answer that one. In any way, shape, or form, are we oppressed by anything more than the government? No.
No.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, because in its current form, it wants people to die of smoking instead of having a safer alternative be readily available in vaping. Because vaping is a real pain in the ass when it comes to taxes.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not a
I
tobacco
didn't
product.
completely agree with it when people first started doing it, when they were blowing it in my fucking house, you know?
Right.
Because I had some tenants that my mom let live here,
right.
that were sister-in-law's friends, you know? And they were disrespectful and didn't follow rules, and basically they don't understand the concept that some things stain the walls and some things don't. And for marijuana smoke to stain the walls, you have to be constantly blowing it into the walls.
Yeah. But cigarettes, they'll stain the walls quickly.
Or growing it in here. Or cigarettes, or, you know, maybe some types of e-juice if it's really dark.
Well,
maybe. I don't know.
Depends. It's not the nicotine itself, it's the tobacco smoke.
Yeah, it's the tobacco smoke. He was smoking tobacco in his... I don't know what he was smoking, honestly, but he was smoking something in the house, and he was making the whole fucking room smell like ammonia and piss, bro. And whatever the fuck this guy... Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Because cigarettes have ammonia in them. And you know why they have ammonia in them? It makes the nicotine hit faster. Well, because they gotta have something in there that makes it hit faster, because there's all these other chemicals that bog it down, I'm sure. So they gotta have something that can hit faster. So they use ammonia. And that would be why it smells like cat piss. If someone's been smoking in a room for a long time and they move out and then you go in and it smells like cat piss.
Oh yeah, you know, I used to smoke cigarettes in the house, and the fucking point is my nephew has asthma, and he's sitting there smoking cigarettes right in his fucking, basically in his bedroom, because that was his bedroom before they were renting it. And the point being
is, big no-no.
Yeah, that is a big fucking no-no. You come in my house, you smoking cigarettes in my house, you can get the fuck out.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck who you are. You smoke outside.
That's something I never understood either.
I may smoke, you know, some reef up in here, but that's different, you know, because wax does not make a smell like that. The wax smell, I'll be honest, it dissipates within 5 minutes. You know why? Because you're vaporizing it. Yeah, you're vaporizing it.
Oh yeah, because it's oil, like hardened oil. So, do I want to be protecting, or do I want to be right?
But
I'm
yeah,
not good at either.
that was my point. I don't know. It just kind of urged me, dude. It was just an opinion of mine that maybe I used to do the same thing when I smoked. But see, they changed cigarettes around '08, and they really changed them
09.
bad. Yeah, '08, '09.
09. That's when they passed that cigarettes have to be fire retardant.
Yeah.
And you know the solution to that? Carpet glue.
Mm-hmm. And you know why that was? You want to know why that was?
Because of the fraction of the population that burned their houses down from smoking.
Not just that, there was a building
Arson.
that got burnt down in Lake Havasu City, Arizona, that caused part of that. And then after
arson.
that, part of Arizona caught on fire, and well, bam.
Yep. Arson. Because, yeah, cigarettes are a handy tool for arson. You know, they burn until they're not burning anymore. But now they're fire retardant, so they don't necessarily do that. But the way they got there was carpet glue. Yay!
Yeah. It's disgusting.
It is. It is. That's why people switched from light cigarettes to full cigarettes, because with the light cigarettes they could taste the carpet glue.
Mm-hmm.
So they had to go to what they call full flavor, which I think is that false advertisement, because it's not full flavor.
Hey, you know what?
Full nicotine.
I know one cigarette that doesn't go out like that. Lucky Strikes.
Oh, them old school ones, yeah. Oh, I'm sure.
Or anything that doesn't have a filter. I bet. Guarantee it.
Well, the carpet glue is part of the paper.
Yeah.
It's part of the holding for the paper, not the filter. So, I don't know.
Or American Spirits. I could be wrong on that, though.
They do have them.
They do have them?
They do have it, because before I went to vaping, I smoked them for a bit, and they also went out quickly. So, yeah. Everything's got carpet glue, and that's by law. In order to be sold, they have to have them. They have to be fire retardant. But no, instead of vaping, they want us smoking. Because don't you know that vaping is just as harmful? Bullshit.
So wait, what if I roll my own cigarettes out of natural papers?
It's in the paper.
Natural papers. And in those.
That necessarily, if it's like a what? I don't know. I know if it's like just a cigarette paper, it probably has it.
Yeah, most cigarette papers, I know they have it, because you'll notice zigzags.
Yeah.
Are the worst for fucking smoking weed.
Yeah, I've
Everybody swears by them. They are the fucking worst for smoking weed. I'd rather use something like this all day. Hold up. Where are they? Somewhere in the drawer. Are they up there? No. Where the fuck did I put them? I don't know. Anyways, they're natural papers, dude. So I was trying to fucking find. Rice papers!
Rice papers, huh?
Yes. Use the rice paper. You don't get no poison. You smoke like Chinese man. Only time a rice paper boils out, wind.
Yeah, that makes sense. Hey, better that than glue and shit.
Yeah.
I think it's funny that I'm playing a paladin right now.
Hey, one of my friends just gave his opinion over on the side. He said they can't call them full flavors anymore. They call them lights or lights anymore. Even rolling papers got changed to French whites when it used to be lights. Roll it with a raw wrap. Yeah, he said a raw wrap, just like I said.
Huh.
Yeah, roll it with a raw wrap. You can smoke some tobacco, roll it with a raw wrap. I know that sounds crazy, but yeah. That's the way I'd do it if I could find some natural tobacco, like fucking, what do you call it? Indian grown,
Yeah.
Like some red chief. Red chief used to be natural. Now it's all fucking poisoned. It's owned by big corporation tobacco.
Oh, good.
I used to smoke for years, dude. I used to smoke 3 packs of Camel menthols a day. Yeah.
How did you find the time? Because that's like, what did you do? Like, in the day? Like, fuck.
Chain smoker.
Because I did.
They were even wides, bro. They were wides. That was before they stopped making them. I miss those cigarettes, dude. I'd
They
go
still
back
make
to
them.
smoke. No, the ones that I used to make or get. Nope,
Oh.
they don't make them. They don't make Camel menthol wides anymore. Well, at least not where I'm at. I can't find them anywhere.
They do where I am, but Oregon also has very low prices anyway. Also, like they're like at the high end, like $6 a pack here.
Yep. See, I won't smoke at that price.
Oh, we're the cheapest. One of the cheapest, because I know, like in New York, it's like 10.
Hey,
12.
you know what's funny? I seen a gas station today, and
Okay.
I shit you not, the gas station's gas prices. You want to guess how much they said? Just guess.
$2.36.
Nope.
$2.89.
Nope.
What?
Go down.
Down. $1.88. $1.
Oh yeah.
$1.
I'm not even fucking joking. I haven't seen that in over fucking 20-some years.
Yeah. I think the last time I saw that was in a Rage Against the Machine video.
Sorry, they were...
Yeah.
I don't know what their problems are. They've been fed all that. Oh, shite. I didn't mean to do that. My friend John plays a lot of games like you, but I think he doesn't play just WoW, you know?
I was gonna say I'm a
He's the
mono
one that
gamer.
he wrote in the side chat. He said the whole thing about the he does a lot of vaping, so I wouldn't really know if vape does anything like that, but maybe if they were smoking cigarettes too, that would make more sense.
Oh, if you're a dual user and smoking and vaping, then it's the cigarettes that are causing the stains.
Or the smell.
No. Usually vape smells like the flavor of the juice. So if it's like a strawberry flavor, it'll smell like
Let's
strawberries.
say somebody pour or spilt like a batch, or they're making their own fucking batch and it turns out bad. Would it smell?
It would smell like the flavor that most predominated the mix.
Okay.
Like if they fucked up
I'm
a
just
donut
curious
flavor.
because whatever that fucker was doing in that room, I don't know what he was doing other than peeing in bottles, peeing in water bottles.
Oh, sick.
Yeah. And
Sick.
being a sick,
What?
detestable, fucking deplorable human being. I thought it was because he was vaping in there. Maybe I was just being overly judgmental.
It's highly unlikely it was the vaping. Because
It was just because he was a disgusting human being that had a triple dick.
Yeah, that's it.
All
Because
right.
if you walked into his room and it smelled like a bakery, or
No,
like,
it smelled like somebody just went in there and doused ammonia all over the walls.
oh yeah, because he's pissing in bottles and shit, like a sick fuck. I don't know, but yeah,
And he went and joined our army, dude. He was only 18, dude. He kind of seemed like a fucking retard. I had to buy him alcohol once.
well, hopefully it fixed him in some way.
But yeah, hopefully he got fixed somewhere in some way because, yeah, dude was an idiot.
I miss my friend. It was very pretty.
He's like, what, 23 now, I think? That was like 2 years ago, I think. Or no, 21 now. He was 20 then, dating an 18-year-old. Yeah, he's 20, 22. No, 23 now. Yeah. So I can't get in
Yeah,
trouble for the
hopefully.
past crime.
Well, that depends. Is there a statute of limitations of?
I don't know.
Lower? Oh, for is there even one for that?
I don't think so. Nah, fuck it. Who cares?
Oh shit! I'm a prop pally
You're
without
getting
a shield.
raped.
I'm
You're
a
getting
prop pally
raped.
without a shield.
You're getting raped.
Um, 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 it's funny that
I think the drinking age is ridiculous, dude. Really, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
But that's just me.
Well, it's also the same as the vaping age now, too. Because you have to. Okay, get this.
Do you think that's a joke? All right, get this. Not only that, unless you have a specific signed thing from your doctor now, you can't get a medical marijuana card unless you're 21.
What? That's fun.
Yeah, and they're gonna make it just like Washington and Colorado. Basically, if you have a medical marijuana card, you're gonna get more deals going into the club than the person who comes in just wanting recreational pot.
Wow.
That's why I don't like it. All right, because that's not just gonna kill it for guys like me that are on the low level. That's gonna kill it for everybody.
Yeah.
And I guess I won't invite Candy because she just doesn't want to be around me. I guess I'm just that detestable. I was going to invite her, but she was that pissed off last night that I'll just let her cool off for a couple days and get back to her later. You know? That's how I am.
Yeah.
Because that's how I've learned to be with myself and other people because I'm bipolar. And I know I take some shit out on people sometimes, and they don't ever tell me when I do. Kind of funny.
Yeah.
It kind of just says, hey, this guy can get away with being an asshole just for being an asshole. Yay! Everybody wins!
Yay.
That was a joke.
I think it's funny that I'm playing a paladin right now because of what I did to them earlier today on my death night. I think I killed 100 paladins today.
What do you think? News and politics, or people and blogs?
People in pods?
Yeah,
That
that's
one.
what I was kind of thinking.
That one.
Because we weren't really talking about politics tonight. It's just kind of open in the air. If we talk about it, it gets talked about. There you go.
Huh.
Did I ever tell you I was assaulted by an officer when I was 17?
Nope.
And that's how I got my, what was it, my second or first misdemeanor? The only one that shows up, but I've got multiples. Every crime I've ever committed.
Keep making jokes about.
What's she saying? People keep making jokes about what?
Latar and being vegan.
They are.
Oh, I'm not
But they
vegan.
aren't.
I'm ovo lacto vegetarian, and I'll always claim that. I was just letting you know.
They're trying.
Let's invite some more peoples. Hope that dog doesn't act like he's a little bitch again, because he's really pissing me off tonight. I can't invite him because he's deaf and he won't know what we're saying. Darn, that sucks. Pop! Knock it off! No one cares. You're blind. Damn dog. I mean, unless she wants to be invited, I'll invite her. You know?
Yeah, man.
Like, if she writes in the side that she wants in the call, I'll let her in. I'm not a dick. I can be.
Yeah.
Let's see if Will wants to join. Oh, my fucking shoulders. Fucked, dude. I just can't get it right. Can't pop it into place, right? Just keeps slipping. Really fucking hurts. I know I'm a wee little bitch. Oh, that fucking felt good. I need to go to see one of them little Asian ladies, man.
Yeah.
That's what I need to go do. Go give me a happy ending.
Yeah.
You know those are illegal out here in California, right?
Only if you tell.
They're legal, I said.
Oh,
Not
they
illegal.
are.
Yeah, they're legal. Only a certain amount of them per city, though. There was over 35 of them in my town at one time point. And then they closed half of them. Because they were all having sex with people.
Yeah.
Pretty deplorable. Giggity. I don't like how Google updated and didn't even fucking tell me nothing.
Yeah.
And like somebody said in a video the other day, man, it wasn't me. It was a speaker on Facebook. You know, people aren't always going to agree. But what we can do is find some common ground to agree on a few things, right?
Yep.
Yeah. But that also coincides the whole, you know, my rights stop where your rights begin, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Fart.
Yeah.
Silent but deadly. Trump is the bitch slap this country needs.
Huh.
Alex Jones show. I'm watching that later. That just made me laugh, dude.
Yeah.
Yes, the title, it's kind of truthful. I mean, this country does need a big old fucking bitch slap across the face. Worse than the French needed a revolution back in 1770 something.
Yeah.
You know when you eat pizza and your farts just keep coming out smelling like cheese?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's fucking disgusting.
It is.
Did you watch the video about Milo at Texas Tech? Why do lesbians exist?
No. I didn't actually.
Jesus Christ. That's all I can say.
Nah.
I love that guy. If I was gay, oh yeah. Oh man, that was funny. Makes me laugh though, dude. I mean, if you can't fucking laugh at something every now and then you're just a fucking zombie walking around being unhumilitable and fucking you. What is your life worth living if you can't laugh every now and again, right?
Yeah.
Do you hear that every time that somebody posts or something like that? Like feedback through my computer? Like that? People are sharing my videos, man.
Huh.
My anti-Islam videos.
Nice.
I wasn't trying to go to that angle, but man, I just don't give a fuck anymore.
Yeah.
Nor should I, right?
Nope.
Because my freedom of speech begins only where I see fit and where it doesn't commit a hate crime or infringe on somebody else's rights.
Yep.
Basically, because that's how fucking politically correct we've gotten in this world. We can't even be a racist can't even have his fucking opinion because he's no longer allocated to that opinion because he's no longer entitled to having said fucking opinion.
Yep.
Basically. Not saying I'm a racist, but or the bigot. The bigot is just a bigot because the fact that he wants or has to be labeled as a bigot because somebody else gave him that fucking label.
Yep.
Right? Holy shit. Well, everybody. Oh, okay. 25 hurt in Manhattan explosion. None of the injuries appears to be life-threatening. Thank God.
Yeah.
That's all I can say. Dozens of people injured in explosion in New York Chelsea neighborhood. And if they're going to try to say that that wasn't domestic terrorism,
Yeah.
wake the fuck up! Sorry for yelling in your ears.
Huh.
But yeah, they need to wake the fuck up.
Yep. Yeah.
Holy shit, people, stop blowing up the computer. Nobody's sharing any of my videos. I just find that fucking hilarious, dude. Not trying to sound conceited or nothing.
Yeah.
Barack Obama, a bomb just went off. Maybe in a week or two you can mosey on down to New York City and schedule some rounds of golf at the public course. Then maybe say a few words of the people of New York City. Hey, by the way, President Terrorist, please go fuck yourself. And don't try making this about stealing our rights away when we all know that was a bomb-free zone.
Yep.
Credit to that speech or that little tidbit goes to Ryan Allen Dahee. Yeah. Oh, man. I'm just having fun with this tonight. Get off your high horses, Christians! AKA Obama. It's something he said.
Wow.
Right? I've messaged Vaughn. I guess he doesn't want to come on here. I don't know. He's online. It's like, whatever.
Meh.
Meh.
Here you go.
So basically, people just think because, every time there's this, social outcry that Obama's already automatically supposed to do something. But honestly, yeah, he is supposed to do something. He's the commander in chief. He shouldn't even be letting these sorts of events happen. There should be a little more monitorization on people buying and making explosives or looking up the means to make explosives in the United States. And that's going to be his ploy on why he's going to sell the internet to the Russians, aka the EU and the UN.
The thing he doesn't get, though, is that all that stuff happens on the part of the internet he doesn't know about.
Nope. People don't understand that. They don't get that. He doesn't get that. He doesn't get that information because he only sees what people let him see, basically.
Yep.
Or vice versa, just like he didn't know about, the indigenous people, and losing their oil rights or having their oil stolen, yet some little kid in I believe it was Japan or might have been the Philippines, said, hey, Mr. Obama, what about the indigenous people in America? He asked him that. What about the indigenous people? What about their pipeline? Why are you stealing their oil? Basically. How would an 11-year-old or 13-year-old or 12-year-old kid know that? Because that's the ages of the kids that were in the class. How would any of them know that? They've got the internet.
That's right.
And you know what? It's the more information we release out there, what people don't get is that media, mass media, is like social cancer. Once one thing gets spread and it's a lie, it spreads to the rest of the world like a fucking game of telephone.
Yep.
And then you can't differentiate the lies from the truth. Right? So then you got all these people that are saying, oh, the lefties are right. No, the righties are right. No, the in-betweeners are right. Well, then nobody's right.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
If people can't come together and conjugate their own opinions, and then based upon those opinions, formulate their own thought process, and this world, this country, these United States, they will never change in an aspect of prosperity, of equality. They'll never learn to grow. You know, they'll always know nothing but hate.
That's me. I was saying I was agreeing in with Microsoft.
Or vice versa, they'll always know the grave story instead of the glory story.
Yep.
And they'll never know how to get past the grave story, aka we're going just straight to the grave, and learn to see past to see the glory. And before the glory is actually the grace.
Yep.
That's what a lot of people miss the point or miss the mark on, is they don't see that. They just see the fucking grave. And they see the way that things are going right now and see that, oh, it's just one big fucking melting pot of a grave. Let's all jump in. The reality sets in, and then they realize, oh, maybe we do have somewhat of a say. Maybe, you know, we do have this thing called free will. As long as it doesn't proceed or supersede on somebody else's rights.
Yep.
Or freedoms. I learned that today, in a sense, from church. I mean, the way I looked at it, he was wrong about, you know, he said that Kurt Cobain killed himself in the sermon, and I was just like, nope. Sorry to tell you, but a shotgun being 22 inches long and a guy's arms only being, let's say, you know, 18 inches long, no way in hell are you going to be able to extend your fingers that extra 2 inches to pull the trigger.
Well, there's that, and he was high on heroin. That's not exactly the best thing for your muscle control.
I don't believe the man shot himself personally. Because when you're on heroin, you don't have enough muscle control to even pull a trigger like that. Period. There's been so many people that have killed themselves and they were not on drugs. So many.
Yep.
What do you chalk that up to? We all fall short, though. Basically, what I was trying to get at. Dude, I'm just going to have to get on the total gym for a few minutes. I won't be able to hear you for a few minutes, but
All right.
I'm going to turn the camera that way so you'll be able to see what I'm doing. Somewhat. If I move things. I got to work my shoulder. It's just not going to fucking change. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It'll just keep fucking hurting, basically. Ah, shite. So, to move the bed first, or the makeshift bed. America! That's what it's about right there. If you don't know that, and I'm sorry to know you, unsubscribe from my page. Dislike
Yep.
my videos. I don't give a fuck. Because that right there, that flag, that's what this country is about. Not anything else. You know what I saw today, man? I saw a 1776 flag. I want to get one. I want to fly it from my house. Anyhow. America! Fuck yeah!
Coming to save the motherfucking day.
Let's see. Oh, knock shit over. Knock shit over. But yeah, did you know something about dream catchers? A lot of people don't know. They often don't know that they're supposed to be in front of a window. They often don't know that they're not supposed to touch a wall because then it defeats the purpose of having it up. And basically, they're supposed to hang freely so the wind can blow through them. Vice versa, you're supposed to be able to open the window, but this window doesn't open. Oh, I should take my phone out of my pocket before I lose it. Oh, yeah. Pop. Pop. The weasel goes pop. There we go. That's all I needed to do. Rotate it a little bit. Shoulder was fucking. So I added more rocks to the tank today. I don't know if you noticed that earlier.
Oh, it's so weird. I'm in Lights Up Chapel as the High Lord of the Paladins. When earlier today I came in here on my death knight and slaughtered everyone that's in this room.
I have 7 cichlids. I had 8. One died. I think he got picked on, honestly. But these ones are getting really fat in the face. You know? That means they're maturing a little bit. But I also moved things around. I moved the shell over here, the conch shell that I got in the Dominican.
Yeah.
That thing was huge, dude. When I found that, somebody else was really jealous. Some of these other shells are also from the Dominican, like this one here. And there's another one that's buried in the rocks now. That's right here. But yeah, I've got some in the room, but I need to wash them off. Like put them in water that I. Here's my idea. My thought process is kind of put them in some of the water that I drain out, you know? So that way they've got a little bit of the bacteria and the other stuff that needs to be in the tank on them, right? Before they go in. Is that stupid? No.
No.
Because that's acclimating it to the tank. So you're not putting all kinds of dirt and dust and crud in there. Oh, did you hear that? That was brutal.
Yeah.
My shoulder popped finally, I think. Yeah. Let's just stop fucking with it so now it feels better. I wonder what this is that Bill said in 1995 that he got a standing ovation for it. And Trump says it in 2016 and he's a racist. I wonder what that is.
Ah.
Oh, dude.
Hmm?
Shit. Well, my shit crashed. Shit crashed. Shit crashed. It crashed. Oh well, shit happens. All right. Pasta, come back. No.
What happened here?
My shit crashed.
Ah,
For whatever reason, this stupid control room thing ain't working right. All right. Probably because I'm doing it from YouTube or whatever. I don't know. But yeah. I need to see who else is online. No. Great. When a page ain't even working like that, I'll just exit out. Fuck that. That's not fucking worth my time. Stupid Facebook. I'm turning off the chat on Facebook because all it's doing is lagging. I haven't even hit Drudge Report once today, dude. I was actually trying to avoid the computer today. And
Why?
I don't know, I do that from time to time. And I don't know why this thing ain't fucking let me save anything. You goddamn piece of shit. Okay, finally you let me save something, you stupid computer. Now it's Facebook being retarded. Because it wants me to X out of my damn fucking page. I wish that they didn't run all their fucking chats on Flash, dude. Because it really ruins their website.
Yeah.
Like that. I didn't even click forward and it totally fucking went forward. It forces you to go forward when you didn't even get to save anything or vice versa. I didn't get to save what I had posted yesterday, and some of that shit was very fucking intelligent. Just little fucking links and shit. Oh wow. Can't hit every day, right?
Yep.
That's what OCD is, dude. If you really gotta fucking click on something just to fucking feel like you did it, right? Jesus Christ. OCD to the fucking fullest. Rock and roll is the devil's music. Beware the hypnotic voodoo rhythm, a reckless dance down the devil's road of sin and self-destruction, leading you to eternal damnation in the fiery depths of hell.
They've
It's a
never heard
joke.
black metal.
It's a joke, bro. No, it was posted by somebody who makes black metal.
Oh.
And well, not just black metal, but horror punk as well. You know who's in the driver's seat of the car? Minnie and Mickey, or Mickey and Donald Duck. I don't know why Donald Duck. I'd give a fuck, but I already gave it to your mother last night. Let's see, could you tell I was on dope in this picture?
Holy shit.
Could you tell? No? Really?
But I tell what?
Could you tell I was on dope in this picture?
Oh, maybe a little bit in the eye. Yeah.
Before I quit. That's when that was. That was 6 years ago.
Ah.
I don't give a fuck who judges me.
Nope.
What the fuck are you doing, you little cocksucker? Knocking shit down and such. Now I have to get up. I just squished a spider. Cool. Fucking asshole. Even though that thing's submersible, I don't like it being submerged in the water. In case it explodes or breaks or whatever, then it doesn't kill my fish. Right? Right, yeah. Okay, thing. You need to stop fucking rolling over the wrong side of the damn chair. Or the rug, whatever the fuck you are. Yeah. Ah. What I don't understand is how people think that an ideology that pushes people that are gay off of buildings is going to come over here and be peaceful. That's what I don't understand. They've already raped dozens of women in
There's
Germany
no way it can.
and dozens of women in other countries. But what makes you think they're going to come over here and be peaceful and not rape women over here?
Right.
And then the excuse for that is, oh, the rape statistics are already really high in America. Well, they wouldn't be so high if we didn't have any or so many goddamn deplorable people that didn't understand that you can't force yourself on a woman or a man, and you can't fucking act in such a way that people see you as a piece of shite. You have to assimilate somewhat to the people around you, or you will never survive.
Yeah.
And with that being said, I need to light a candle. It's fucking smelly in here. my paraffin candles, you know?
Yeah.
Because I don't care. We're all going to die any day. I could die tomorrow. Nobody would give a shit. Maybe my mom. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Ah. That way you can see somebody if they come in behind me. Not that anybody ever does, but you never know. I do live in a, well, I live in a white town, so half of it's white, half of it's brown. What do you think?
Yeah.
The minority in this town, I'll be honest, it's mostly black people. You don't see a lot of black people here. I mean, you see some. Not as many as you do over on the other side. Like you go over to the valley.
Yeah. No, the most deplorable example of racism I have ever seen was in Southern California, and it was
I
from
wouldn't doubt it.
Mexicans. It was from Mexicans against blacks.
Yep.
Like there was, I remember I was in class and there was this black girl in the class, and this Mexican dude behind her was like, "Yeah, pig! It smells like pig in here." I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Yeah.
It's disgusting.
Kept making references to bacon, and I'm like, dude, I damn near hit him. I think I did hit him.
That's just deplorable, dude. That's fucking. Yeah. It looks like a fucking saltwater tank. How blue it is, huh?
Yeah. No, I remember correctly. I did hit him for it. Not in class, but after class.
I hate people like that. They think they can be racist in a group, but then once they're settled apart by themselves, they're not a fucking racist prick. And you learn that. They're just like you and me. Just fucking have some bigoted tendencies. You know?
Yeah.
I really am curious where the fuck Damo is.
I don't know.
Starting to creep me out.
But let's not go all conspiracy theorists and be like, he's dead.
He's dead.
He's in prison.
He could be back in prison, dude.
Oh shit. Oh yeah, he might have got caught doing something. I don't know. I'm not
I
saying.
told him he was being watched. The person who he gets his stuff off of. So.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah.
That's not good.
But I don't know. He looked at the link that I sent him yesterday, I think. Oh, but that video, by the way, was a video of Bill Clinton basically saying the same thing that Donald Trump said about illegal immigrants in
Yep.
1995.
Yep.
So isn't that the pot calling the kettle black?
I believe so, yeah.
That's an Irish term, by the way.
Yeah.
That would be the term for when somebody was judging their fellow man or their fellow brother, and they got called out for the same fucking crime, basically.
Right.
You know who started the whole birther comment?
Mm.
It was Hillary.
Yeah, didn't they use the same thing on McCain, too?
Yep,
Huh.
tried to.
See, what set him apart from Cruz is he was born on a military base, which is U.S. territory.
I have a buddy that offered me a job recently, bro.
Yeah.
That he does truck driving. He basically said, "Hey, if you ever want to come along and ride along, by all
Cool.
means. But you got to help. You got to help take shit off the truck."
Right. Cool.
Yep, basically. And also no smoking pot. It's kind of part of the job, though. I mean, I could get away with that. I could just put it in a vape, like you got over there, vice versa. Figure out a way to break it down into the glycerin and do it that way.
Oh, that's easy. I've
Yeah.
watched many videos on that. Just soak it in the VG, and it'll extract the THC.
Yep. I know some friends who do it, so it wouldn't be too hard for me. But yeah, if you ever are interested, I know somebody who has basically a guild for every type of fucking game there is, or vice versa, a group for every type of game there is. And he commented on the site earlier. His page is called Cyclobin Gaming. It's pretty cool. His name's Little John. Like, you know, Little John, like the bear in the movie when we were kids. You know what I'm talking about, right? Jungle Book.
Yeah.
Yeah. I believe that's Jungle Book, right?
Oh, because that bear was blue.
Oh yeah, that was Blue.
Robin Hood.
Robin Hood, yeah, that's the one. I knew it was one of the ones. I couldn't remember. I'm bad with the stuff like that. He's a fellow YouTuber. That's why I was throwing that out there.
Cool.
Yeah. I think I've known him for a few years now, maybe 2, or I don't know, maybe more. Somebody else came up to me on a chat last night or the other morning and was like, "So I hear you're a big time YouTube star now." I'm like, "Dude, you're an idiot."
I hear you're big in the YouTubes. In them YouTubes.
Gotta love my friends, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said friends. I didn't go instantly to talking shit on them like Damo does. Because, you know, what does that get you at the end of the day? Nothing. That just gets you more hate.
Yep.
Nobody ever won no wars with a bunch of hate, right?
Nope.
I don't know the difference between this stuff and fucking... Okay, that's the difference between this stuff and Tiger's Balm. They're both topical, but come on, that was burning me. Yeah, that really burns right now. And that's because I put all that Tiger's Balm on earlier.
Ew.
Okay, duly noted. Don't mix the two, because that fucking burns. Ow. We'll probably go with this one till about 4, whenever I fall asleep, because I ain't going to go all night long again.
Huh?
I mean, I could,
Yeah. Yeah.
but then I don't wake up tomorrow and then somebody bitches at me for
Right.
not being accountable. AKA this leftist church over here. Even though I volunteered there, they don't understand that. I'll stop calling them leftists when they stop acting with the leftist message. You know what's funny is, like I was saying it a couple months back, this church over here that I go to out in the valley, they preach kind of a conservative message, and they said they would welcome the racist, whereas this church over here said that racist isn't welcome here. Isn't that like saying, basically saying who can go in and out of heaven?
Yeah.
That's basically like saying you can't know God. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just overanalyzing things like I often do, but that's the way I see things, and that's the way I perceive it, and that's the way I've always been. And I'm not going to change myself or my conservative views for somebody else. Now, somebody else's opinion may not line up with mine, but I'll let them have that. And that may be their opinion till their death. But I'll let them have that. It may be wrong in my eyes, but hey, I'll let them have that. Right?
Yeah.
And I'm not speaking about anybody that's been on the calls or anything in general. I'm just generalizing. Bet nobody could tell that that's a Prince poster back there. But yeah, the guy I was mentioning earlier, he has a Twitch channel and a YouTube channel.
Nice.
Yeah. He came in and viewed the video for a little while and was talking on the side. That's why I said something, you know. Gave him a shout out.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Like I did with Vaughn last night. I put his link to his YouTube on the video last night, even though he wasn't in the video. And a couple other links to things that I'm going to be purchasing.
Yeah.
I really want this other cichlid, and I have to wait like 3 weeks before I can add any new fish in there.
Yeah.
You need to look up this guy. He's called Some Black Guy. He's another person I listen to, and the Hayes brother. There's the Hayes brothers. They're another two people I listen to. One of them's of that. One of them's just a right-winging constitutionalist like me. When I say right-winging, that doesn't automatically mean they're just right-wing. People tend to misinterpret that lately because the alternative right has people from the left, the in-between. You get what I'm saying. You already knew that, though.
Yeah.
I was just reiterating that for the rest of the world. The rest of the world.
I don't know. I don't know what's up with the rest of the world.
They need to get with the program. That's for sure.
Yep.
I bet Vaughn's asleep.
Probably.
Because if they were live, I'd see that they were live, you know? Why won't it let me edit the time? Whatever, fuck it.
Huh?
I was talking to myself.
Ah.
Great. Not great. Wow, people really like to play my videos back to make sure I'm not talking shit on them.
Oh, what?
That was not even a joke. What I mean by that? Okay, you want to know what I mean by that? Here, watch.
Yeah, what up?
See this? "20 playbacks."
Wow.
Yeah. I'm not even gonna say. But yeah, anywho. I watched a video earlier where Vaughn said that Hillary's dead.
Yeah.
And then I watched another video where another person that I watch on a daily basis said, "Sorry to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, but she is not dead. That was just a rumor." And basically exposed the whole she was dead with a video.
Nice.
Yep. I don't believe she's dead. And I probably won't until, she actually is dead.
I think why hide it if she were?
They wouldn't.
Exactly.
They'd come out and try to blame it right on fucking Trump.
Yep. Yep. It would.
I'll be right back. Oh, my knees. I'm back.
Where did it go?
Anywho, now that I'm back, I can do this and share the links. Because I hadn't done that before, I don't think. At least not to Twitter. "21 dead in attack on Indian Army camp in Kashmir. Militants attacked an Indian camp near the Pakistan border of the disputed region of Kashmir at dawn on Sunday. 17 Indian soldiers and 4 attackers were killed in a gun battle that lasted several hours."
Shit.
Your future life on Mars.
Oh?
The idea of colonizing other planets has been around about as long as sci-fi itself. But now that SpaceX has plans to put a group of self-sustaining human beings on Mars before 2030, I gotta click it to keep reading. Has sci-fi become reality? Listen in. Oh, yeah, I guess they're talking about sending somebody out there before the end of the year. That's creepy. But I'll retweet it because I think that's a little creepy but cool. We're now going to be able to live on other planets, ladies and gentlemen. We are now going to be able to live on other planets. How do you feel about that, Red Hood?
What?
How do you feel about we're going to be able to live on other planets now?
Oh, I think that's pretty awesome. As long as I can get away from all of these fucking dumbass liberals, I don't care. Oh, I need to tell you. I saw this one video yesterday. It was about people in California. It's funny, like these really extreme leftists that are voting for Hillary. This one guy, he said, "How do you feel about Donald Trump Jr. shooting the last Triceratops in Africa?" And I shit you not, the liberal, like, "Oh, that's not right." And then the guy went over to pterodactyl, and the hippie, he's like, "Man, that's not right. They could be on the endangered species."
It was Mark Tice, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It kind of reminds me of this mock survey Penn and Teller did, where they're like, "Hey, do you want to ban the hydrogen monoxide?" And they're like, "Yeah, yeah." What they didn't realize
They're
was the hydrogen
comedians, dude. They
monoxide
do this for
was
the
water.
views.
Yeah, but the hydrogen monoxide is water.
Yeah, I know.
And so they're having people sign a petition to ban water. Because they're like, hey, everyone who ingests the hydrogen monoxide dies. If you have too much of it, you can die.
What were you about to say?
Nick, I was going to say this. I don't believe in the whole global warming thing because of this. If carbon dioxide is what they're saying supposedly is causing it, we breathe in oxygen, breathe out carbon dioxide.
Mm-hmm.
Plants and trees breathe in carbon dioxide,
And
breathe
convert
out
it to oxygen.
So how the fuck are we causing global warming?
We're not.
And the other thing is what people don't understand is that global warming and climate change are two fucking different things. Climate change is the changes of the season.
Both things are natural, actually.
I know, but you even look back in the ancient times, if you remember your fucking history and from school, they had if you remember in school, like science, during the winter, like the ice capsules and everything melt during the summer a little bit, then they get thicker during the winter time.
Mm-hmm.
The sea levels naturally lower and naturally rise. No, the reason why I don't have any videos up on YouTube yet is because I have to download a program so I can download videos onto my computer.
Just use the website.
What do you need on your computer to do that?
Just some small program that I need to buy to download. Like I have this microchip thing that I can put in the computer to download videos. I just need to buy this one thing.
I thought it was like maybe like Manicam or something. I wonder where Gamer is.
You know, what I think is funny is how the people are saying, "Oh, the Hillary Clinton just had a little bit of pneumonia and she's good. She can get rid of it." No, my dad told me he had it when I was just a baby, and he said that he had it where he ended up being in bedridden for a couple weeks, and he went from 160 pounds to 120.
Mm-hmm.
So here it is. You have Hillary Clinton. How can Hillary Clinton's fat, wildebeest ass lose it within 18 hours? And here it is. She's wearing her plaid pantsuit 24, like all throughout the seasons. And how is that going to make her pass out when it's only like 74 degrees in New York?
Mm-hmm. She won't be able to handle the temperature. She couldn't even go over to fucking Saudi Arabia anymore, dude. That's how fucking deplorable she is. She can't even sit 5 minutes in a fucking 70-degree weather. Man, that's comfortable out here in California. We pray for days like that out here in California. I'm sorry to tell you.
She calls us deplorable, but here it is. Trump, he helped raise
You know what
money.
I'm sick of? I'll be honest. Your mic's echoing back and just let you know.
I'll mute it.
I'm sick of people always pinpointing California number one just because we have a dumbass governor who gave up our rights and fucking basically took away gun rights from U.S. citizens that are fucking legal to own guns, and basically people like me that, oh, I committed one fucking little act where I beat the shit out of my brother and blah blah blah, and now I'm automatically labeled with a stupid fucking label like 5150, and I can't own a gun. I have to petition to own a gun. Yeah, I have to petition to own a gun. You know that, right?
The reason for that is there was one
That's
time that I
ridiculous.
was studying to become a cop, and with domestic abuse, like domestic violence, that's a class 1 felony.
Yeah. Well, nobody pressed charges, all right? So,
It doesn't depend on what state it is. Like if the cops show up, it's automatically a class 1 where you can go to court and get
I
it
didn't
removed.
get no felony.
So
So,
the cops didn't come up and you didn't get arrested or get a warning or anything.
no, I got sent off to the fucking mental hospital in the back of a squad car for fucking almost 6 days, 5.5 days. Yeah.
See, that's not right, man. I look at
Just because my mom mentioned one little fucking thing about me being bipolar.
Have you been actually diagnosed with it by a doctor?
Yes. Yes.
Well, that's between you and your doctor. It's not between nobody else.
Exactly.
I think the people that have a clinical like illness that shouldn't have a gun would be people that have like schizophrenics.
Well, I could have psychosis, but they won't diagnose me with that because of whatever fucking reason, because they think I'm gonna go and want drugs for it. And I basically told them, no, you know, if I have it, I have it, dude. I ain't gonna fucking sit there and dope myself up like the rest of my friends do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I look at
the most I will ever do if somebody told me that I did have that, I would be doing the same thing I do now. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. This is all I'm gonna say is that there's like some of the places, like I remember being a kid and hearing about stuff from Watts, LA. Here it is, you have some of the areas, some of the places in those areas the gangs run, and that's why there's high amount of crime. And that's why there's the high amount of gun deaths, and the media and the government aren't taking their heads out of their asses and looking at the problem. If you want to have low gun crime, let the people that are law-abiding citizens own a gun so they can get rid of the gangsters out of the. And you have the left. No, if you have more guns, you have more crime. Okay, look at Idaho. Have you ever heard of a mass shooting coming out of Idaho or Utah or Wyoming?
Nope.
Hell, I lived in Vermont when I lived in not Vermont when I lived in Virginia for the 3 years. You can walk around with your 1911 open carry and it's fine. I'll tell you this: the last time I was out in Idaho,
It used to be like that here in California.
Idaho's governor just passed a law where you can literally, I shit you not, you can literally walk down the street with the katana on the back of you, open, and you won't
Again,
get
it used to be
arrested.
like that here in California.
I just think it's stupid. Like you have Hillary saying that we're the deplorables, but yet here it is, Trump, him and his voters, the stuff that I was reading, raised money to go down to Tennessee and Kentucky and Louisiana to help with those floodings. All the money that went into that was from the voters that were helping Trump out to help those people out. So how are they calling us deplorables? And another thing is what people don't understand is that back in the 60s and 50s, it was the Republicans that were fighting to give blacks their right to vote and to run for office and everything. It wasn't the Democrats.
You're correct.
Because back in the 50s and 60s, 90% of the Democrats were in the fucking Klan.
Mm-hmm.
You had the judges, you had police officers, lawyers, senators, congressmen, mayors, commissioners, all that shit. So how the hell did we switch? Oh, I get it. We say, oh, okay, instead of the government saying that you could pay high taxes to the government so they can take care of you, we say no. We would want you to have lower taxes. You can make it on your own. You don't need to have reparations. You don't need to have special treatment. You can do it on your own as a man or a female. Skin color doesn't have to do shit with it. Make it on your own.
You're correct.
Yeah, probably Candy Rain. She's probably gonna block me and you from having our opinions.
Ah, dude, just fucking don't even talk about it. Just drop it and don't even think about it. That's the way I look at it.
I seen Vaughn's new video. He was saying that Hillary could possibly have a body double because she could not get over uh pneumonia that fast. She was hawking up green chunks of mucus and shit into a cup.
Yeah, and then eating it. I already stated about that a week ago. That was
Oh,
her,
I
not a
didn't know
body
she was.
double.
I didn't know she was eating it out of the glass. I
Yeah,
just,
basically
ew.
drinking the same water she fucking spit up into. It's
Ew.
disgusting, right? And then
Yeah.
she calls us deplorable, right? Some conspiracies I don't buy into. Some I do. All right.
Well, I
There's
know
some
for a
out
fact
there
that
that
9/11 was
I
also
believe 100.
there. I know for a fact 9/11 was also, like Vaughn said, 9/11 was also a terrorist attack, and our government had their hand in it. There's a
Yep,
real
it was
attack, and if
both.
they could,
Like I said, it was both. It was definitely thermite exploding in the building and upon the building. If you don't know what I mean by that, look it up.
oh yeah, my dad told me all about thermite. He was saying it gets
Thermite,
so,
nanite, bomb.
yeah, he was saying it gets so hot that it can liquefy concrete.
Basically, they're little robots that liquefy concrete.
Not only that, but still, he said it was like 2 weeks after the towers were down, you could still the firefighters still had stuff melting off the bottom of their boots. And C4 doesn't do that. C4 doesn't even burn that hot.
Right?
And then what I like is I watched this new video of Michael Savage. You had this one extreme hippie from California. Oh, we need to have Hillary in there. We need to have
Oh,
reparations
fuck
for
off.
black people because of the white guilt, white privilege, and he's like, okay.
There is no such thing. Just like
He was
there's no
saying that
such thing
he
as
said
German guilt.
he was saying, have you gave money to black people? Well, no. He's like, I'm sick of this bullshit. What people don't understand is you had the fucking Irish came here back in the 1600s, forced to work in
Oh,
the
dude,
fucking.
you're making me want to do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna fucking send you a video. You need to Go
Yeah.
mute yourself and go watch, because
but-
you'll understand that within just watching this video, how racist the whole fucking movement of Black Lives Matter is.
Yeah, the last thing I was gonna say, what Michael Savage said, he said that the Irish were treated like dogs, like slaves when they came here. Everybody was treated like slaves when they came
Everyone.
here. It wasn't just the. I like Michael Savage. I like to listen to him when he
Have you
tears
heard of
into
the
like
Hayes Brothers?
the what brothers?
Hayes Brothers.
Nah, I'll check out that video. But I like Michael Savage because he tears into people. He tells them the truth, and then they end up putting their tails between their legs and hanging up.
Okay, that's why it's making that noise. Maybe. I don't know. Did you know that someone who is black could also have Native American in their blood? Or even white? That's all I'm going to say. I'll drop it on that subject.
Yeah, and you know what I'm gonna say just about that, just something real short, is when I was reading during history and everything, some of the Native American tribes actually captured the blacks and sent them back to the plantations for money.
Some of them.
But what I think it's funny is how Tina Turner, she kept on saying that she was Cherokee. She's like 25% Cherokee. She had her blood tested. She has 0% Cherokee in her. Same thing with all these A-list celebrities that are black. They said that they have Native in them. No Native American in you whatsoever. They were saying because they ended up finding out, like Jessica Alba, she found out that she's not Hispanic at all. She found that her and she's 53% European, and it's from Spain. Well, and people from Spain are actually Caucasian.
Not all of them.
Well, when they went over to the original Spaniards, or
No,
what
none
they
of them were
what
Caucasian. They were Spaniard, Portuguese. A lot of
Portugal
them.
is in South America.
I know that, but
They're Castilian.
languages got moved around, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but the people that are living there now is what I was trying to say, that they pretty much look like Shakira with the blonde hair, blue eyes, and pale skin. They're not like the really dark. They're not considered Hispanic, but they're considered Castilian.
Actually, Portugal is in the other half of Spain, bro. Portuguese, the reason why it's spoken in South America is because of how many people were immigrated when they had a big earthquake in, I want to say it was either 1400s or 1500s. They all ended up immigrating over this way, and that's a big reason why, you know, everybody started immigrating over to America in the 1600s or 1500s, whenever they say they actually did.
And that's where, like Mexico, like way back in the day, they didn't even speak Spanish. They spoke
Mexicali.
that,
It's
and the stuff today is a mixture between the native language that they had in Spanish, because the conquistadors came from Spain over to Mexico and tore up the Aztecs, Mayans, and
or hold on, I might have just butchered that. Nahuatl, and Mexitak. Mexitak. Sorry, yeah, I did butcher it. That was the Mayan language. I have a lot of family that's Spanish. That's how I know this stuff. Because every time I ask them questions about stuff like this, they go into big, long detail.
Hmm. Well, I think that the people that really need reparations right now, in my belief, would be the natives. Because ever since they got
But
the
then because the 1% rule, every person that has 1% of fucking Native American blood would be able to get fucking reparations, man.
no,
That's why
like
they don't do it like that.
with me,
You understand that, right?
yeah, with me, like with the natives, you have to be at least like 50% bloodline.
Yeah, it's 22%. My sister-in-law is Native American.
Yeah. Well,
Like
I
I've
know that
said over and
I
over
know
and
that
over
it's
and over.
well a little bit higher than what I said, but it's still up there. It's
Yeah.
not the same as having like
You
one
have to be
drop
like
of
either
blood.
right on the mark of 22% or 21.9.99%, you know?
Well, Jesse Jackson, he tore into Vin Diesel because Jesse Jackson was saying, "Oh, Vin Diesel, you need to claim that you're black because your dad was half black." Vin Diesel's dad was like a quarter black.
If that.
And Vin Diesel, he's saying that I'm a white boy. I may have like the nose structure of a black man, but I'm not black. And I think it's funny how I was watching this one program and this one white supremacist, he found out that he was like 15% South Saharan.
He never knew his biological father. His mother is white with English, German, Scottish, and Irish ancestry, and his adopted father is African American. Referring to his biological father's background, Diesel has said he himself is definitely a person of color. But he doesn't know whether his dad was black or white at all. According to IMDb. I'm just quoting quote.
Mm.
That's all I can do at this point, you know?
Oh, you know that a lot of the Wikipedia is fake because I was watching.
Oh, no, I wasn't looking on Wikipedia. That's
Oh no, I was
IMDb.
just saying
That's
that. I was
a
just
movie
throwing that
website.
out there.
They like to publicize everybody's life on that website if you've done a movie, basically. Or TMZ. They like to publicize everybody's life.
Wikipedia has gotten better at moderating editing. Because I
Yes,
know
they have.
years ago, I was able to go into a Wikipedia page and edit it. And it would stay there. Now, not so much.
I can edit Wikipedia pages about my great ancestors that I can prove they're my great ancestors, but I have to prove that before I edit them. And usually that's just too much time consuming.
Oh, didn't you think it was funny how here it is, Obama, he tried to commit a speech, like perform a speech without having his teleprompter, and he's like, Trump thinks it's mouthing off on Twitter, and
Hey,
it's
you know
kind of
what's
okey
hilarious?
doke.
You know what's hilarious is the fact that he speaks so much out about Trump and this, that, and the other, and yet no president before him or any other has ever talked shit on a potential presidential candidate the way he has.
Who, what Obama's talking shit about a presidential candidate, or Trump talking about the president? Were you saying that it's Obama that was talking smack about Trump? Oh yeah, like here it is. Like you you have the Obama sheep. You can disagree with him and say that he's the reason why there's like more.
Okay, if you'll mute for a second, I'll tell you exactly what it is. I'm above you. See, I'm above you, and I can do what I want. See, because I'm Obama, and I've made it so it's like a totalitarian dictatorship, right? So I can do whatever the fuck I want, and Hillary can do whatever the fuck she wants, and we can get away with it like we're kings and queens. And I'm gonna use this Hegelian dialect to fucking key. Yeah. There you go.
If I had a son, he would look like Trayvon Martin. I am getting sick and tired of people talking about mainly about Islam. Islam is a religion of peace. If there's a political shift, I will always side with the Muslims. Assalamu alaikum. I should know. I am from a majority Muslim family. I was raised in a Muslim country. Assalamu alaikum. Mr. President, what are you gonna do about ISIS? Well, you never know. We're gonna do what we can. We're gonna go over there, send some people, send some money, send some rifles and ammunition, help the rebels.
We're gonna give them the means to kill themselves and destroy their nation. We're gonna make it so they can destroy the land and come over here and do the same thing over here. All right, so that we're fucked and our economy gets distracted, and that I'm Barack Obama. That's what I do.
President Trump, what are you gonna do about him? I'm gonna blow the shit out of him. That's right. I'm gonna blow the shit out of him and take the oil.
Honestly, I think Trump could handle it more diplomatically than he ever did.
And you know why Trump said I'm gonna blow the shit out of him? If you say that on live TV, the enemy would think, oh shit, they're gonna blow us up. Then what Trump could actually do is send ground troops in the middle of the night and take the fuckers out, take the leaders of ISIS out. That's what wouldn't you think that? Like if Trump said we're gonna bomb the shit out of them, Trump can send like the elite forces in at night, get rid of the high command, like the high ranking fuckers. Then as they leave, then you bomb them.
Right?
Then
But
Hillary.
even bombing the Middle East, dude, is just not even a fucking plausible idea because bombing the Middle East will destabilize the Middle East farther than it already has been because we left guns, we left turrets over there, we left fucking Humvees, we left the means to destroy themselves over there because we didn't fucking care because we have a leader that is nothing but a pussy, all right? Wears nothing but a fucking pantsuit and gets probably anal raped. If his wife does actually have a penis. I don't fucking buy into all that. But then you never know because look at the fucking year we live in. Everybody can fucking chop their fucking dick off or vice versa. They can be a woman and get a dick implanted onto their fucking body.
You know what? If I knew how to hack a teleprompter, right when Obama's reading, I'll be like, right when he's about ready to say something, I'll be like, change it. This be Obama. We're gonna go over there. We're gonna do what we can. Here campaigning for Hillary. She is feeling under the weather, but she's gonna be doing fine tomorrow. And when me and my wife go out, Michelle Obama has a bigger dick than I do. and she fucks me up the ass. How much do you bet that he would just keep on reading that shit without noticing until he said it afterwards?
Right.
What I liked out is there's that video on YouTube. He's like, he was talking about something in there, and there's this guy came up. Only Jesus Christ is the one true God of. There's Jesus Christ is the one true prophet of God. And then here it is, Obama. He just got pissed off and stared at the camera and tore the guy, like had the guy carried out. I think you have like a lot of these extreme, like I believe that like you have these people that have like the white guilt, that believe they have white guilt. I think those are the white people that voted for Obama just to put a black person in office, not doing
Not
the
just that, dude.
I know, but
Your mic really is echoing back
sorry.
bad, dude. Like fucking horribly bad. Do you have a pair of headphones? Like it's so bad that it's ear raping the fuck out of me every time I try to talk. And I'm hearing myself back tenfold because I have really loud headphones. But yeah, it's the reality that some of these people voted for him. Like my brother, both terms, thinking he was gonna change something, and he didn't. And I'm not talking about my brother inside. I'm talking about my brother that lives out in Anaheim. Anyways, the point being is most of these people voted for him thinking he was going to change something, and were sadly mistaken because voting for a Democrat is voting for the plantation mentality. Voting for Democrat means you're just voting for the same fucking slave mentality that blacks have been voting for the past 200 years, damn near. Or, well, they haven't been allowed to vote for the past 200 years. But you get the fucking point.
Probably black's been voting Democrat for the past 80 years. I believe it was Karl Marx or somebody else that said that I would have voting Democrat. I would have blacks voting Democrats for the
No,
for the
it's
rest of their
actually,
life.
you want to know who it really was? It was one of our presidents.
And you know
It
what?
was Lyndon B. Johnson, I believe.
Oh, him, yeah. Like Lyndon B. Johnson was also had his hand in killing Kennedy. Like before Kennedy's body was even cold, Lyndon B. Johnson was sworn in, and you know who was the head of the CIA at that time? Bush's father. I believe like this is I keep telling people all the time, I believe that Kennedy was the last true president we ever had.
You mean the last noble president?
No, like the last true president, because he, like all the presidents before Kennedy, said, like exposed the Illuminati, and before he was assassinated, he came on TV and said that we have a secret corrupt organization working behind the
Okay, you want my
shadows.
personal opinion? I'll lay it down on each and every president. Barack Obama, worst president in history. Richard Nixon, he did some good things and some bad things. War on drugs is horrible. Theodore Roosevelt, he did great things for this country. Abraham Lincoln, he did great things for this country. Ulysses S. Grant did great things for this country. George Washington did great things for this country. This is out of order. Way out of order. That's deplorable. Okay. Let me get an actual list. George Washington was the best president in history. Nobody will ever live up to his fucking his image. Nobody will
Right,
ever.
because I agree with you with that, because George Washington was the one that actually, when we went to war the second time with the British, he was the one that actually rode his horse and rode stuff into battle and fought with the soldiers.
And then I'd have to say, you're echoing back.
So,
John Adams, but that would be me being, you know, kind of holding more towards my own family. He was a really good president. Thomas Jefferson was a horrible fucking president. Just my opinion, but hey, he enacted a bill that basically caused the Native Americans to have to do the Walk of Tears, right? By selling land that wasn't his. It was theirs. All right? That's why.
see, that's the thing. Like, why take it from the natives, anyways? Like, why?
Okay, you think that's even more deplorable? Who was his vice president? One of his vice presidents.
Which president are you talking about right
Thomas
now?
Jefferson. George Clinton. See how this goes back? History. I didn't even have to open a book to tell you that. And the other one was Aaron Burr. I can't remember what happened to Aaron Burr. Something specific, though. I can't remember, though. John Quincy Adams, good president, I'd say, just because I'm related to him again. But then James Madison, also a good president. There's just little reasons why I don't like Thomas Jefferson, all right? Part of it was the cruelty against Native Americans. I might be getting the presidents confused. It might have been Andrew Jackson. I can't remember.
Yeah, it was Andrew Jackson.
Yeah, I was totally getting it confused. Thank you. I totally got that confused. It was Andrew Jackson.
I still think it's funny as how Hillary was calling us deplorables, but yet the woman that she
all those men
looked up
above.
to,
Okay, let me go back up. No, Thomas Jefferson. Yeah, thanks for correcting me, Cassius. Thomas Jefferson was a good president. I was trying to think, but he had a bad influence by his vice president. That's what I didn't like about him. That's right, because his vice president was related to Bill Clinton. There you go. A lot of people were unaware of that fact. So they weaseled their ways into our politics, is what I'm trying to tell you guys.
Nick, I just have an idea.
What?
I do have documentation that from my dad's side of the family that I'm also related to John Adams, like pictures, documents, and everything. Where since me and you,
I don't
like,
have any pictures or any of that stuff. I just have proof through looking it up through family history.
Well, with that said, me and you would probably be like ninth cousins removed.
Something like that.
Okay, me and you.
I found situations like that where I was related to other people, and one of them was one of my friends who just so happened to get killed, and or vice versa. took her life, either or scenario. I don't know which one's right.
Sorry about that.
But I'm not sure exactly because we don't have the legit proof. But I believe that her boyfriend killed her. But everybody else believes that she killed herself. But I don't believe that. Because I won't put myself through believing that either. Because she was one of my best friends.
I'm sorry that you lost a friend. What I was saying is that what me and you could probably do is infiltrate the New World or infiltrate the Illuminati and take it in from the inside out, like what they're doing, trying to take the country over from the inside out. Me and you can.
But you know what? You already gave away the number one thing that sets it off, that you're trying to infiltrate them from the inside. You just told your plan, right? Can't tell your plan, or else then it doesn't go into action, right?
Yeah, but I never said it was going to be me who was going to be infiltrating it.
True. Just like Vaughn didn't get. Here's one thing Vaughn didn't get. I have about 4,000 or 5,000 people almost in a group on Facebook. They're all 3%ers. Every single last one of them. I have people that will back me.
3%ers, people that are what I would say something that's like 81 HAs, so on. People to me, like three percenters, I think of like same thing as like the 1%ers. 3%ers, patriots. 1%ers.
Yeah.
To me, this way I look at it. In a way, a 1%er is a sort of a patriot. They're living the life.
A patriot is willing to live and die for this country.
Not only that, but I like what Teddy Roosevelt said. He said the true meaning of patriotism is being loyal to your country. It does not mean being loyal to any president or public figure in office.
Nope. He was a really good president. Yeah, you were right, though. I fact-checked that myself. The 11th president, really horrible president, just like the current one. Martin Van Buren, he was his vice president, so I can't really speak on that. You know, you're not really supposed to be allowed to become president if you're vice president, but you can run, I guess. But I don't.
The only time you could
serve
be
8 years.
Oh, the only time that guy, the only reason why that person served 8 years. There's this one person. There's the only reason why that one president had like the 3 terms is that was before Congress wrote in a law where a president can only have 2 terms being president.
Yep.
But yeah, here it is. A president can have 2 terms.
William Henry Harrison, he was a good president. John Tyler, good president. James F. Polk, Democrat. Zachary Taylor, and he's up in the air because he was also, not only was he a president, he was also a soldier. Millard Fillmore, I don't really know that much about. Franklin Pierce, I know little about, but he's also a Democrat, so you kind of got to think. James Buchanan was a good president. Abraham Lincoln, good president. Andrew Johnson. He was kind of both and both. But Ulysses S. Grant killed a lot of the Native Americans. Ulysses S. Grant is the only Republican I will ever say.
You also have people that was also at around the time where you had the Congress and Senate starting like trying to overpower the president over some things.
Rutherford B. Hayes was a good president. I don't know a lot about him either. James A. Garfield. Don't know a lot about him. He died in office, though. So he only served 3 years, I think, or something.
I got a question for you.
What?
Let's say Hillary is giving one of her speeches and she ups and croaks, like ups and died, right? Like she ups and like coughed and hit her head on the microphone and fucking died right then and there on live TV.
They'd pick a new candidate.
No, I'm saying if you saw that happen,
I'd laugh my fucking ass off and probably die of laughter myself. Chester A. Arthur, don't know shit about him. Probably was a good president. He was the 21st. Again, Grover Cleveland was a good president. Benjamin Harrison, another good president. Republican. Grover Cleveland was a demi. So, both Grover Clevelands. There was 2 Grover Clevelands. Unless this person ran twice. That's illegal, isn't it?
what do you mean,
No.
like ran twice? No, Obama ran twice for president twice. Today you can run for president 2 times. You can't have a third
You
term.
can win 2 times.
I think that this is what I think is going to happen. I don't know, this might be like going way conspiracy theory. I believe that
You
they're
can't be
gonna
president for a 3rd term.
like I know that
But
Obama,
here's what I'm confused by, all right? Yeah. Why the fuck is this guy here twice? Is he the same man or a different man? I'm gonna look that up.
okay, what happened was he had 4 terms as president, 1 term, and then he ran a couple years later and had another 4 terms. That's probably what it is.
Yeah. Although he received the majority of popular votes, he lost the 1888 election to Benjamin Harrison. And in 1892, Grover Cleveland was renominated, and this time he beat Harrison. This made him the only U.S. president to serve non-consecutive terms. So he served 1 term and then served another, basically.
Yeah. He served 4 terms in his first thing, and then he served.
And then they enacted that other law that basically states that you can't serve 2 terms like that. Basically, right? That's what I'm
probably.
perceiving. Because that doesn't make sense. All right? But all right, now that we've gotten past that form of the Mandela effect, let's go on.
Mandela effect's probably killing Hillary.
He was a horrible president anyways. He was a Democrat.
Well, I don't believe every single Democrat is like, I believe like the extreme leftists. The only Democrat president that I liked was Kennedy.
Yeah, he was the only Democrat president I liked too. William McKinley. He was an Irish president. He was one of our good presidents, I'd say. He led this country in a good way, I'd say. He also died in office.
The racist sons of bitches. They killed an Irish person. They killed a leprechaun.
Theodore Roosevelt. Well, now do you know they killed him? He could have just died of natural causes.
No, because even back then, like in the 1890s, they called Irish people leprechauns, potato eaters, green niggers.
All right.
And I'm not being
Let's use
racist.
that word.
I'm saying that
Some
because,
people don't
like,
fucking
me
come
being,
yeah, but still, people can use that word as blah blah blah. They don't like that word.
I wasn't using it.
YouTube's a safe space, don't you know?
I wasn't using it to be a racist. But if I saw
be flagged.
Yep.
See, you know, okay, this is where I think there's a loophole. Here it is. You have these rap videos on there saying it constantly.
Yeah, well,
People-
they've demoralized their own fucking culture, like I showed you in that video I sent you earlier. They basically said that they've demoralized their own culture. That's the problem. The problem with a lot of them is godlessness. I know that sounds, again, me pushing my own religion off on people, but it's not. I'm just saying they have no belief in anything.
You know what I like? I was watching this interview of Charlemagne, and he said that if it's bad, everybody should stop saying it.
Exactly.
He said, "I'm not." If one of my white fans is in there and says that, sings along with it, I'm not gonna get pissed off at him. If it's bad, it's bad.
William Howard Taft, really, really good president, I'd say. Woodrow Wilson, also another good president. Warren, and I just said that about a Democrat. Yes, I know. He did a lot of good things for this country, though. Warren G. Harding, I don't know a lot about, but Republican, good president. Calvin Coolidge, I don't know anything about. Republican. Franklin D. Roosevelt, I can't speak. I won't even say it. I'll just go past. There's some good things about him and some bad things about him. Let's just say
Yeah, and
that.
the bad outweighs it.
Herbert Hoover. Dwight D. Eisenhower. Is he still alive? No, he's dead. I mean, which ex-president's still alive? I can't remember.
Jimmy Carter.
Yeah, Carter.
And that's
Where's
the thing.
my liver pills?
I want to say something about Carter. Back in the 70s, when we were having the Iran terrorist our people held hostage. Same thing with the Canadians, our allies. They were held hostage in Iran. And Jimmy Carter got on live TV. I'm putting out a full-out temporary ban on Iranian immigrants coming over here. If you're already over here as a student, you have 24 hours to leave the country, or you'll be deported or arrested. Then you have Trump. When I get in, I'm going to put out a full-out temporary ban on Syrian Muslims entering in the country until we know what the hell's going on. So why
There's
is it
nothing wrong with that? You know what? I just said something about this earlier. I couldn't find the video though. I can't remember if I liked it. Hold on, let me go look.
I might have missed it, or not even seen it, but how is it okay for a Democrat to say it, but for a Republican?
Oh, yeah. Hold up. I got you. Another Democrat said it. Bill Clinton. 1995. Hypocrites. The Bible says it great. Oh, ye hypocrites.
You know what the Bible also says? The blind can't leave the blind because they'll both fall off the
Yep, they'll
cliff.
both fall off the cliff.
I just think it's
I got
funny
some
how.
pee. I'll be back.
I think it's funny. Here it is. You have Hillary calling us deplorables, calling Trump deplorable, but yet her husband's a known sexual deviant, raped women back in the 70s, and also hang around this one congressman that was a child molester, known child molester, and Hillary and Bill was the one that started the whole stop and frisk thing back in the 90s. The term urban terrorist, that's what. At the way shit's going, I might just move my ass to Canada where my dad's side of the family is. It's nothing but fucking flat land and prairie out in the middle of the damn sticks. How's your day going? Great.
Oh, good. Finished up my order hall campaign for my death knight. Yeah, and it was really fun. I got to kill dozens of paladins. It was great.
What level are you on World of Warcraft?
I have 3 characters at 110.
Did you like the movie that came out?
I did. Even though it did change some bits of the lore. But, meh.
To me, I think it would have been a lot better if it was sort of not CGI-ish, but a lot more like similar to the game,
Oh,
where it could be like the bright neon and mystical and everything.
yeah, but that would have been, I think that would have been a bit jarring for the over the wider public, which is what the movie was trying to appeal to. My one issue was Garona. In the original lore, that's not how she killed him.
I never seen the movie or played any of the games.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just asking because I figured
You
you
should
were.
watch it. It's pretty good.
Oh, did you hear that a couple years ago, Marvel, the company of Marvel, turned Miss Marvel into a Muslim teenager? It had 2 books and they ended up not even selling at all.
Oh, yeah.
And people got mad about the new Ghost Rider, where the new Ghost Rider, his name's Robbie Reyes. He doesn't have the motorcycle, and he didn't make a deal with Malposia or the devil. He was coming from his way home from work to pick up his brother that's in a wheelchair. He ended up taking his brother back home, going out to get dinner. he ended up being killed by these gang members, and there's this spirit of this charger that saved him, that ended up being killed by those gang members years earlier. So the spirit of a person that was killed by the gang members and Robbie Reyes, they're the new Ghost Rider, where they're going down and hunting down gang members, and pretty much they're the Ghost Rider version of Boondock Saints.
No, but that's not how it happened.
I'm
not a comic
with
book
this
fan,
one, it's
but-
more focusing on East LA instead of the other stuff, and it only had a couple of issues. But the one comic book that didn't sell that good was the Ultimate Spider-Man. No, not the Ultimate, the Superior Spider-Man, where
is that the one where Doc Ock becomes Spider-Man?
with that what happened with that, they took Peter Parker's brain, stuck it in they took Peter Parker's memory, stuck it in Doc Ock's brain, and they took Doc Ock's memory, stuck it in Peter Parker's. And with this one, with the superior Spider-Man, Doc Ock, he ends up being a lot better Spider-Man than Peter Parker, because with this one, he actually does kill people in the comic. He's a lot more brutal. Like, his webbing would have like nanobots and everything shoot out, where they would be electrocuting people and everything.
Huh.
With it had a couple of runs, but they ended up bringing Peter Parker back.
Why? I mean, that one was a much better Spider-Man. That I would read.
Well, you could still get it. It's just hard to find, but it had like 200 copies, like different stories. And with me, if you want to have anything to do with The Walking Dead, read the comics, because they're a lot more brutal than the show.
Yes, they are. I read the comics.
From what I've heard is that Michonne is the one that started the war between the governor and Rick's group. What I've heard is that Michonne, when she was in the governor's place before there was the war, she ended up killing the governor's daughter that was turned into a zombie, and the governor was just trying to find a cure.
Yeah.
And I heard that's how the war started.
Yeah, that's how it started in the show.
So if you really think about it, the governor was the good guy.
Of what?
It depends.
In what aspect? What are we talking about?
The Walking Dead.
And no.
Michonne was the one that killed the governor's daughter. The governor and his doctor were trying to find a cure for the walkers.
Yeah, but they were also killing like other groups.
They were killing good people.
Unprovoked.
I know, but the governor wasn't as bad as what Negan was.
Oh, come on. You can't compare the governor with Negan. Okay?
No.
You can't. I mean, we're talking about a guy who took his bat and then, like, scraped some zombie juice on it to make it more
Okay,
lethal.
wait. Can we compare Negan to Obama?
I don't know. Negan's...
You know what? The only comic book that I've read was the one where Negan met Rick's group, and the way that they set it up, I believe that it's Glenn that dies, because the exact same words that...
And here's why. There's a lot of things that the show changed, and a lot of it is key events that the show has changed. For instance, Rick still has his hand.
Yep.
That Amy chick, the sniper, she's still alive in the comics. Carol's dead in the comics. I mean, there's a lot of things that the show has changed. There's a lot of its key elements, and I think that's why it won't be.
I know with the comics that Daryl, he's not even in the comics.
No, and Shane died in the second issue in the comics.
So Shane in the comics, he lasted a lot longer than what he did on the show.
No, he made it to the second book, the second comic.
Motherfucker.
Shane's run was issue 1 and issue 2, not like season 1 and season 2.
Now, who would you think would be, if you, let's say you were in a group like that and you met somebody like Glenn, you met somebody like Shane and Rick, who would you rather follow?
Shane all the way. Same with the governor, same with Negan. I understand their appeal. I mean, look at Rick and his group and all the failings because he was weaker than them. Like,
I liked in the
sure,
second
they
season
did
where
eventually
Shane,
win.
he was going out. I liked in the second season where Shane, he was going out and just killing the walkers. He was saying they're dead, they're gone, you can't change them.
Yeah. Whereas Rick was trying to find a solution to help them or whatever. That's why I think at least the early parts of Rick were very weak. Now I think. Okay.
There's one. There's like a.
If you had approached me with season 1 Rick or Shane or the governor and all that, I would pick either Shane or the governor. But if you put in front of me the current Rick, definitely Rick. You don't fuck with that man.
I remember, like, I did read like a couple pages of one of the books, and I remember when Rick first met Morgan and his son. I do remember like some part in the book where Rick gave Morgan weapons, a cruiser, and also a walkie-talkie and weapons. He didn't just give Morgan a walkie-talkie.
Yeah. And I think they should have killed Morgan. Morgan has led to more death.
Oh yeah.
I think they should have
Carol,
killed
I
Morgan.
don't like Carol all that much.
I liked old Carol, not old Carol, but like mid Carol, when
Like,
she was killing people.
Scarrel?
Yeah, Scarol, as a lot of people call her. I liked her. I don't like the current Carol.
You look at Carol now, here it is. When they were in the prison, when those people were infected, she was killing those people that weren't even dead yet.
That's right.
And Rick told her to go. But yet everybody's getting pissed off at Morgan where he's refusing to kill.
And
Because
that's the thing. In that instance, Carol was right, in my opinion. Like a sickness or an illness like that spreading through the compound and during The Walking Dead, that's horrible. That would kill way more people. Yes, kill the 2 that are infected and burn their bodies. Rick was wrong to send her away. And Rick was wrong for not killing Morgan when he decided to save one of the wolves.
One of the wolves was one of Negan's men.
Exactly.
I know that,
And
but the way I look at it, like...
No, the way you gotta look at it is one of the
like,
wolves was Negan's man. And the
I
same
see
wolf
that
was
what
in
I'm
the shed with Carol that got away, right?
I seen that
another
whole
one of
episode.
Negan's men. So
This is
in reality, you gotta look at it as
I look at both
situation.
things. I look at both things. What I was trying to say with Morgan, you know how he ended up losing his mind after he lost his kid, just killing innocent people.
Like Morgan lost his mind when he stopped killing.
Hold up. This is non-related to fucking Walking Dead. This ain't even related to anything like that. What this is related to Sometimes I hear like ringing in my ears. I'm starting to think maybe, just maybe, that when I'm thinking about things that need to be said, maybe that's the sign that I need to say them.
Yeah, go for it.
Fuck Obama. Maybe that's just the government fucking with me in some sense. Maybe they've already fucking implanted chips in our brains. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being a conspiracy theorist.
Hell, there's some stuff I know where we can go down to a dark crossroad, make a deal with the devil.
I need to watch this video.
I'm gonna go have my morning coffee and have a cigarette. I'll be back.
Alright.
Oh, if they ever made World of Warcraft for PS4, I'd buy that shit because it looks like a fun game. I just not that good with like the point and click.
You can play with a controller.
Oh, you can?
Yep. I thought my fiance does it. She uses a
Oh.
controller.
I want to ask you this. Do you remember the very old PlayStation game that came out that was called Clock Tower? It was the first PlayStation game that was the point and click with the PlayStation mouse.
No. That sounds horrible.
No, it was set up like this where you had to, it was more like the 2D. You couldn't run around. It was like just the old arcade con where you're just running straight and you had to hide from this serial killer in this castle that was chasing after you with these big old shears.
Nice.
It was more of a, it was like a combination of Silent Hill and Resident Evil, almost, where you woke up in this abandoned castle. There was like lizards and everything, and you had to like hide. You couldn't fight, but you just had to hide before the clock tower strikes one. Before the clock tower strikes midnight.
Dude. I'm
Hey,
looking
hey,
on.
hey.
What?
Okay, so look at this aspect. Okay, let's say 90% of all people that were highly respected were black and not white, right? Just say they were all black, right? When they want a pat on the back,
I don't know. Probably.
for everything they do. No?
I would. I would.
You would, right? Now, see, that kind of speech would be considered racist coming out of a white guy's mouth because it's not politically correct. I was just watching a video, sorry. Does anybody know where this kind of idea or this kind of ideal is coming from? Like the whole reverse racism idea? Anyone want to divulge on that?
I'm not sure. Probably, I would talk about the excuses, or not so much excuses, but lashing out. Or, I don't know.
Yeah, Barack Obama, wait till you put a gun in the nigger's hand. Don't you know? Because the nigger's going to kill everybody. Right? Guess not. That was a joke, by the way. Haha. Fucking deplorable piece of shit. Me. It killed me. It killed me. Wow. All I can say is wow tonight. Yep. Uh, how anyone in their right mind could still consider themselves an American after voting for Hillary Rodham Clinton, I have no fucking clue. But some of these people do, and I don't understand it, and I never will understand. Now I'm not meant to understand it. Just like I didn't understand why Grover was president twice. Yeah, two different terms, non-consecutively. And Lyndon B. Johnson was racist. Y'all knew that, though. What are you doing, Cassius? Are you playing with your diddle? No, I'm kidding. At 4 p.m., Milo Yiannopoulos puts on a pair of glasses for the first time today. He examines himself in the mirror to see if he wants to add a gray suit to purchases, which will push his bill to almost 12,000 at Salvi Rose Gives Hockeys. He's buying clothes for his next round of college speeches, and as his bus announces in huge letters next to 5 giant photos of him, the Dangerous Faggot Tour is resumed at Texas Tech University on September 12th, which was 6 days ago, and is scheduled to hit campuses including Columbia, Dartmouth, the University of Alabama, and the University of California at Berkeley before concluding at UCLA in February. I have ridiculous bad eyesight, but I have learned to live with an impressionistic view. Life is a Monet painting, he says. Taking off his glasses, I wander around enjoying my myopia. Yiannopoulos is the 31-year-old British tech editor and star writer for Breitbart News, where he, the loudest defender of the new Trump-led ultra-conservatism, standing all athwart history, shouting to stop immigrants, feminists, political correctness, and any non-Western culture. Yiannopoulos gained his initial fame as a general in a massive troll war over misogyny in the video game world known as Gamergate. He was permanently banned from Twitter. We love you, Milo! In July, after the social media company said his almost 350,000, nearly 275,000 subscribers to his YouTube speeches, and CNBC and Fox turned to him as the most notorious spokesman for the alt-right, U.S. version of Europe's far-right, led at various times by England's Nigel Farage France Marines, or France Marine Le Pen, Austria Jorge Hader, the Netherlands Gert Wilders, and Germany's Farouk Petrie. Their followers' politics are almost exactly the same. They're angry about globalization, culturally even more than economically. They're angry about politics correctness, guilting them about insensitivity to women, minorities, gays, transgenders, people, the disabled, the sick, the everyone but them. They're angry about feminism. They don't like immigrants, blah, 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 blah. They don't like this. They don't like that. They don't like military intervention. They aren't into free trade. That's not true. They don't like international groups such as the European Union, United Nations, or NATO. Even the International Olympic Committee, they admire the bravado of authoritarians, especially Vladimir Putin. Some are what bullshit. We're not white supremacists. Go fuck yourself, Bloomberg. Yeah, that's what I had to say to Bloomberg. Going back to Drudge Report. Fuck you, Bloomberg. Get me to read that garbage. Trying to call us white supremacists and all this other garbage. Before I started reading that off, you know what I was reading? Or I was actually listening to the hobnobbing on Twitter, hashtag allegedly, the Barry Mandela effect.
Oh, God.
I was watching a video about them they were messing with Vaughn, but you know what? I disliked it, so there you go.
Yeah. You
And
know
reported it.
what people don't understand with Milo? If they just ignored him,
He would go away? No, he wouldn't.
no, he would.
No, he wouldn't.
Like, I don't mean in that sense. I mean, he wouldn't be growing.
No, he wouldn't grow in popularity like me or you or anybody else. I've grown in popularity in the last 2 weeks more than any other fucking time in my life.
Like,
honestly.
He would go away in the sense that he wouldn't be popular like he is right now.
Yep.
Like, every time somebody protests him, it's his fire. And that's what he wants too. He's a provocateur. He wants
to provoke you. Yes, you're right. He wants all of that.
And they give it to him hand over face.
I wonder if they're ever going to unblock him.
And it's better for him if they don't either, too, because that makes him a martyr.
A martyr for the cause.
Yeah, that
a
makes
martyr
him
for the cause.
It's fantastic for him if they don't.
I have him on Snapchat, but he won't add me back. I've sent him multiple messages. Multiple times. I'm not a fanboy. I live in California. You live like 2 cities over. We should hang out, do coffee. I don't even care if we go to a deplorable place like Starbucks. But yeah, I want you to probe my brain a little bit. Not my ass, just my brain.
You're not his type anyway. He likes black guys.
Exactly.
He likes the BBC, and I'm not talking about the British broadcasters.
Big Black Club. Oh, oh, my neck. Okay, one or the other, Nick. You can't have both. Or maybe you can, because you're the man!
I was just saying, why not? Come
You know
on.
what? If I do get into vaping like you keep suggesting, I'm going to figure out a way to mass produce a flavor that tastes like this juice here.
Oh, that's easy.
But it has the same flavor, exactly.
Oh, that's easy to do, though.
Yeah, just use the juice.
No. Would be. Yeah, I could list off the flavors that would go into that juice, and it would be ripe strawberry, sweet strawberry, and some apple. And there you go. Red apple or Granny Smith, but not.
Yeah.
It would actually be a combination of different apples, but yeah, it's easy to do that. The only thing that gets hard with mixing your own flavors is when you're dealing with like cream, like an ice cream or vanilla custard or a donut.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
That's where it gets hard.
Something where you have to mix the other flavor of a outside entity.
Like to produce a strawberry using cream flavor.
That's kind of what this drink tastes like. Oh, shit. Knocking shit over.
That's it. And to replicate a strawberries and cream, I have to do ripe strawberry, sweet strawberry, vanilla, custard, Bavarian cream, sweet cream, fresh cream.
I've found out why we sometimes get that echo back. His mic and my mic might be too close to our speaker or whatever the fuck.
Our headphones.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're right there. See, I've turned the Hangout itself down, and I have
Yeah, for whatever
external
reason,
mic.
Cameraman hasn't been working for the past 2 days. They need to fix that shit. Google, fix your shit! Because it ain't mine. But
You know what I
yeah,
really like though? Really trashy, like 80s horror movies. You know the kind.
mm-hmm. Like, what was that movie? I watched this movie, right, where this guy was stealing the endorphins out of people's brains, and he was from planet Mars, yada yada. Anyways, the guy that played in the movie, he's dead now, but the point is it was done in the 70s or 80s, and it's just one of those cheap films that they do
Yeah.
in theater in Tucson. And it was pretty good. It was kind of funny. It was corny, but funny, you know? You only pay $3 to view the movie, so it's not like it's a review. Like, if you get what I'm saying, it's like a redo of an old movie.
Yeah. Re-release.
Yeah.
They're gonna remake Candyman and make it into a white guy.
Oh,
But-
really?
But
Yeah.
that's
The Candyman can.
but that doesn't then they're going to change the entire story. Like
With
his
this time, it's gonna
backstory.
be a white guy falling in love with a slave.
That doesn't make sense though, because his story is based around the fact that he's a black guy who was in love with a white girl in the time where
And they cut his hand
you
off.
didn't do that.
Well, you guys know.
Well, there's plans on having another Freddy versus Jason.
I'll be right back. Again, I know. I've got ADHD and OCD, and I've got to have things the way I want it, or I go insane.
I have a little bit of OCD where I have to have my movies in chronological order and alphabetical order, like have the horror movies with the horror movies in alphabetical order, comedy,
Dude.
alphabetical order, action, alphabetical order, and drama.
When my brother and his wife move out of this house, I think that me and my mother are moving up towards the mountains. But you know what? That can be a wish sometimes. Right?
If you did move out of California, what state would you move to?
That's a good question.
Washington?
Either, well, maybe. Either Montana, Colorado, or stay here. Arizona, South Arizona. I won't ever live in the town I lived in before in Arizona, which is Lake Havasu Shitty, aka Shitty Town.
You could live in the state Vaughn lives in. They don't have sales tax.
I don't want to live in Kentucky. My family's from there, but I don't want to live there. Sorry. Too many laws that don't uphold our Constitution in some senses. Sorry. Not sorry. And my like I've said before, some of my family founded cities in that state. But honestly, it's one of the poorest states there is in the whole union. One of them, not the, because I could say Detroit would be the poorest. You know?
Yeah, there's nobody's living in Detroit. There's nothing in Detroit.
Yeah. Why do you think they're moving all our fucking Ford plants and our Chevy plants and all that shit down to Mexico?
I like what Trump was saying, like as soon as General Motors, as soon as they took General Motors out of Detroit, that's when everything went to hell.
Yeah, as soon as they took Ford out of Detroit, not even General Motors, but Ford. As soon as they took Ford. No, General Motors and Ford are two different fucking companies, man.
There's a company that General Motors is part of.
That is a part of Ford? Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was Ford, General Motors. General Motors had Ford, Pontiac, and something else, I believe.
Anyways, yeah, the moment they lost those entities as major business, they lost a lot of jobs. They lost millions of jobs. Not just thousands of jobs, millions of jobs.
When people saying, "Oh, Trump didn't make jobs in New Jersey," when when Katrina happened, a little bit of Atlantic City and New Jersey went to hell, and Trump he ended up buying a whole bunch of casinos and putting in 12 casinos down there, and that created millions of jobs.
People just like to look at the negative, dude. They can't ever look at no positive because all they see is the fucking darkness. Like I was telling my mom earlier, when you have darkness without light, or vice versa, the absence of light and darkness still has some light because the darkness can't be there without the light.
In life, I don't look at black or gray. I don't look at black or white or black areas in life. I only look at shades of gray. You take the good and leave the black. Sorry. You take the good in life and leave the bad.
Yep. That feels really good. You ever really want to relieve pain? Ultra strength, man. Ultra strength. Tiger's balm. Right away, dude. Gone.
I think if a lot of people went back to natural medicine, herbal medicine, it would cause a lot less pain for
Of
people.
course. Of course. I try to tell my grandmother that all the time, but she still takes her cancer drugs. But she needs to, because she's in remission. I don't want her getting that shit again.
You know where ibuprofen comes
Oh,
from?
great.
The chemical.
Fuck me.
What's wrong?
I just dropped a dab. In the most deplorable of places. My spit bucket. What's even more ill is I'm going to smoke it later.
A little extra protein wouldn't hurt nobody.
That was disgusting. I watched it just go plop. I had to grab it out of there before it fucking sunk, right? It was a big piece. It wasn't like no fucking tiny little... People don't understand. Yep, big ass piece of wax. Looks like a booger.
Or the alien that Hillary Clinton
Coughed
coughed.
up. It's definitely not that, I assure you. I would show you what it was, but
like the size of a
actually,
chicken.
hey, wait, where's my phone? Hey now, around you, hey now, come on and sing. Anyhow, okay, so you're on Facebook, right?
Yeah.
Cassius, why haven't you added me on Facebook?
I don't have Facebook.
Oh, you fucking prick.
I told you that.
Oh, did you know MySpace is still up?
Then what the fuck did you take down in the bathroom?
Just never mind. If I didn't have Facebook, I wouldn't know half the shit I know. I know that sounds stupid, but it's kind of the truth. The interconnection between other people kind of makes one individual more intelligent than the other, right?
Yeah, because you're passing on knowledge
Mm-hmm.
that other people don't take the time to take out of their day to read or research.
Exactamundo.
Like Eddie Griffin said, television program. They're telling you visually the program. You're being programmed.
Not just
Think-
that. You're not always being programmed. Right?
No, but
That's what people need to get out of their fucking heads. So you're not always being programmed, because not each and every programming is to program your brain to fucking think a certain way. It's to fucking get you to relax and not fucking think about life. That's
yeah,
what it's about.
I'm talking about like the news media. I seen it on Fox. It's real. I seen it on CNN. It's true.
Yep.
It's bullshit. Obama ain't running nothing, just a puppet on a string.
Mm-hmm. Did you see all that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was taking it off this paper here. I bet you there's more of it on the ground. Oh, that shit sucks. I'm gonna empty this bucket now. More in a little bit. I'm good. Shut that cord in. My demo hasn't been on in 2 days. Anything.
Shit. Think he got caught or something?
If he did by his dad, he got arrested, dude.
Oh shit.
Because his dad said he wasn't playing around, but then again, his parents are supposed to be splitting up and shit.
Right.
His dad's been cheating on his mom, something, or I don't know. That's what he was saying before. He's been stepping out on her or something.
Oh.
I don't know. So I don't know the whole story. So I'm not gonna go into it.
Right.
But he did say sometime before in a video that him and his mom were supposed to move out together a while back, you know? So that kind of gives that implication, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Have any of you heard the horror movie that came out back in the 90s called Castle Freak?
Yep.
If you go
Stuart
to
Gordon.
Amazon UK, you can buy it on Blu-ray.
Why would you do that though? I've already seen it.
Have you seen Hatchet?
Yeah. And Hatchet 2.
Hatchet 3 is the best one out of all of them.
Oh yeah, I remember there was a third one.
Yeah, in the
I've
third
seen-
one, there's a scene with a big old chainsaw.
Yeah.
Listen to this. All things, all things live. All things die. All things return to the dirt.
Let's say the government did start working on, like, as you're saying, going to other planets. Which planet would you go to? Mars?
Yeah, that's what the first planet they're talking about going to by 2030.
Yeah,
So
I'll
that
go there.
makes, you know what that means? You get what that means, right?
Yeah.
That means that they already have hyperdrive technology. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like just like Star Wars. I know that sounds crazy because it's a movie, but you got to think in that aspect because that's the only way you're going to get past this whole planetary system bullshit.
If it takes us a year to get to the moon, it would take us 2 years to get to Mars.
Longer than
Oh yeah, that's longer.
The only thing about traveling like that long without super speed is your bones get a lot more denser and brittle.
No, they get I don't know. I don't think they get more dense though.
I'd have to be talking to my great uncle, and sorry to tell you, he's dead.
Reason why I said that, my cousin, she was studying to be a astronaut. She studied like a whole bunch of stuff about NASA, and she went to the rocket launching and everything.
I love how everybody thinks that they shut down NASA as a program.
Yeah, NASA's still up and running. Like, most people don't know that NASA used to be called the Nazi regime.
That was a joke, though, dude, when they said that.
Werner
Sean
von Braun, he
Hayes,
was Nazi though. He was one of the Nazis that helped build a rocket
You
to.
know, people can change, right? You guys
Yeah.
understand that, right? There were a lot of people that immigrated to this country that were Nazis.
I know that the regular Nazi party were forced into it. The SS is the stuff that Hitler started. Just the regular Nazis, the brown coats. That was Hitler joined the Nazi party in 1920. Nazi party was started during the First World War.
So, not to cut you off, but Sean Hayes, somebody from my Facebook, just posted this. If Trump wins, he'll be dead. Basically, there's a viral video out there going around of somebody attacking Trump recently. More recent than that one guy. And basically, I don't know why people hate him so much, but I know, actually, no, I do know why people hate him so much. Because people often hate those who are indifferent to them.
That, and Jesus said that people hate those that speak the truth.
Yep. You know that Jesus spoke a lot on politics and against it. A lot of people don't know that.
That's why the Sanhedrins had him killed. Because Pilate, he was saying,
George Bush isn't saying a whole lot about not wanting Trump as president. Right?
yeah.
You notice he hasn't said much. But his father, on the other hand, and the rest of the Bush family, oh yeah, they've said a lot. But they are
I miss
supporting
Bush.
Hillary.
Like, in some ways, I miss Bush. You ask him a question, You
He
get
would
on
give
that
you a
horse.
real answer.
Yeah, but sometimes
He
he would
wasn't
go.
an idiot, dude. He wasn't an idiot. People think he was an idiot, but I'm sorry, if somebody who was a C+ student throughout college could get to be president of the United States of America, then sorry to tell you, he wasn't an idiot.
And
But I
people
honestly
treated
think
Bush a lot worse than what people are treating Obama.
yeah.
You could go into Hallmark cards and you could see Bush with the picture of, basically they're making fun of Bush, saying that he's a monkey, he's stupid, he's retarded and
Well, I
everything.
didn't like that he did signed off completely on going to war in Iraq, but you know I can't say much there other than
The
he
thing with
did.
that, the
Him and
president,
Hillary and everybody else destabilized the Middle East.
yeah, the thing, that's what I was trying to say, is that only Congress can declare to go to war. Then it
Yep.
goes to the Senate and then the president signs it. So you have Hillary blaming Bush, you have all of Hillary's supporters blaming Bush, but Hillary voted to go to war.
Yep.
You had Dianne Feinstein, that was the Speaker of the House, voted to go to war. And they're blaming Bush for it when they voted to go. See, people don't understand is when Bush was in office, the Democrats had the House and the Senate,
Mm-hmm.
and they voted to go to war.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have the
Why
whole.
do people need like 4 accounts to come view you once?
Then you have Hillary.
I guess so he could translate it 4 different times into 4 different languages. Okay, bro. I'm okay with you sharing my stuff over there in Chinese countries and stuff, and Japan or wherever the fuck you're from. Just don't hack my computer.
I don't know how to hack computers.
I'm not
and
talking
stuff.
to you. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the viewer. You
Yeah.
hack my computer, it'll be the end of the. It'll be the last thing. It'll be the end of the things you think you can do to people. All right? Just know that. And knowing that, know that these eyes are on those eyes 24/7.
Dude, you just reminded me of Jeff Bridges' character in The Big Lebowski just now.
How was
You
that?
kind of look like a young, from like your reaction, everything, these eyes and everything, just your expressions. You do look like a young Jeff Bridges, though.
Come on, pop. Just pop. Fucking chicken wing. I was talking about my own. No, I'm sorry, lady. I don't think I really want that desk because I really don't have anywhere to put it. It's too big. Nope. I was just speaking out loud there. Where
I got
do
a
I
question
have
for
room
you.
for an L-shaped desk, man? I don't.
If you, let's say, how many people would you say that you would run into just by walking down the street in California that are supporters of Hillary?
Oh, God, dude. At least 30. And you know the reason for voting for the deplorable cut? What's between your legs? I don't fucking understand, people.
I think
I
some
don't
people are gonna
understand
vote
it.
for her just because she's a female. Just
Oh,
to have
yeah.
the first female president.
Of course.
I think when it's in something like that, she's saying Trump doesn't have the mind for it, but yet when it comes down to it, women are a lot more emotional. They think they act on emotions, and
Yep.
men act on logic.
Hey, how do you guys feel about this first tranny president?
Well, we already
Jesus.
have the president's wife. She said that she would run for president. That's why Joan Rivers got killed. Ah, shit, like she said on live TV, we already have the first tranny first lady, and then the next day she ended up being killed in her hotel room. It was either her hotel room or her apartment. And you should have seen it, the guy that was working for CNN with the microphone. He just stopped and ended up walking away.
Did you see what Lil Wayne said about Colin Kaepernick?
Yeah.
I support him 100.
Because
I
the
used
stuff
to,
that I was
I
seeing
used
in the
to
video,
hate
he
him.
was saying that the reason where I am right now, nobody gave me a handout, nobody gave
Nope.
me reparations. I busted my ass to
Nope.
get where I am now.
Exactly.
And he was also saying this isn't the 50s and 60s anymore.
People need to get over this fucking color skin bullshit. That's what he
And you know
said.
what? With Colin Kaepernick, he was adopted by two rich white
White
folks,
people.
and he had a
White
silver
people.
spoon in.
Come on. You
He
know,
was
his
raised
mom
with
is
a silver
actually white.
spoon in his
His
mouth.
mom's white. His mom's white. His real mom is white.
I know,
His dad is black.
I
Black
know,
and
but
Polynesian.
still, him being raised by two rich white folk, being adopted and being raised by them with a silver
I looked
spoon
it
in
up,
his
by
mouth.
the way. You can fucking fact check me for all you cunts
No,
out there.
I know that. I'm just saying, with him being adopted by two rich white folk with a
Yep.
silver spoon in his house, he had everything handed to him.
Just like I looked up each and every one of these fish and what they like and how big they can get, and not all of them get real big. Some of them only get about, yay big, full size adult.
Hmm.
Others that get real big like that, but they only get as big as their environment. Their environment's right?
Yeah. Well, they'll still be big, pretty size, even in an environment like that.
These two are fighting.
I know if you put two beta fish in the same tank, they'll kill each other.
I want to get two betas and throw them in there.
They'll fight with other fish.
I know they won't.
Huh?
I know they won't, but most of these fish are aggressive,
See,
except for a
that's the
few.
thing. How do betas fight each other when they're... No, would it work if you put would it work if you put a male and female in there?
Not sure.
You could get a
No.
koi fish. There are some fish that are carnivorous.
These fish are. I had to put more rock in there. so they get the proper nutrients and everything else.
Well, you could also get a bottom feeder to eat the mildew and everything off the
I already
bottom.
have all that. I have that and a catfish, and they both do the same thing.
Catfishes can get pretty big too. They can get to the size where they can eat a small child. Hell, some catfishes can get so big where they can take down a full-grown man.
Especially in India and South America.
Oh, there's some in the southern states that can eat a small person like a small dog.
It's weird. My convict fish is getting real bright colors. And he's the only one that survived. All the others died. Or the other one died, I mean. There was only one other one. He got killed. And it wasn't anything I could do. It was ammonia. From the tank being new. Not from me overfeeding. Because I was only feeding twice a day.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people don't know, is that if you overfeed them, you can kill them.
Yeah.
My sister, she has fish. She feeds them right before she leaves from work and right before she goes to bed.
I was thinking about putting a little more water back in there. It can't go past. Let's see where it is. It can't go past right here. For whatever reason. I don't know why.
Probably needs to have oxygen in the water for them to breathe.
Uh-huh. And it'll overflow the filter. They've been picking on each other a little bit because I haven't been feeding them as much. To trying to kind of die down the ammonia level. Because within the first 50 days of owning a tank, you have to even out the chemicals in the tank. Because when you put water into your tank, you're putting other chemicals into your tank. People don't often think about that because food goes in there, they shit, they piss, like a human being does, yada yada, so on and so forth. You get the point. And all that builds up in the water, and that's what causes all this problem. And I have an older unit of a filter, so I have to buy other things, and they're kind of expensive. I have to buy cut to fit filters. I have to buy charcoal bags to put in the side of the filter so that it catches the stuff like the ammonia and everything else, the nitrates. But yeah, it's pretty complicated owning a fish tank. Really is. Not gonna lie.
Well, it's relaxing just to even just watch the fish and listen to the
Oh, it
filter
can
and
be
everything.
relaxing, but it can also be stressful when stuff doesn't get done right or people aren't listening to you when you're trying to do something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And even with the temperature of the water, like if you have freshwater fish, sometimes you have to have the water a little bit colder, warmer, lukewarm.
Oh shit, you just reminded me of something. I gotta move the thingy around again. You're not getting food. I was trying to do something, dickwad. It is about 79. Perfect. I heard that. Fucking farted. I know you did.
No, that wasn't me. That was my dog.
Your dog farted. Yeah, blame the dog.
No, my dog literally farts. She can fart so loud you can hear it.
This fish right here is a female. You know how I know? Lighter colors. Unless he's a male and he just hasn't gotten his colors yet.
I thought, like, when it comes to
But
animals,
the other one, this one right here, he's gotten his colors already and he's going to be very vibrant.
I know when it comes to birds, the males are the very colorful ones, and the females are the more darker ones, so they can blend in and
Some
watch
of
the
them.
thing.
Depends what the bird is.
Some ducks, like a mallard, a mallard with the green head and the colorful mallard. That's a male.
I had a duck lay eggs in the backyard and shit all over me and I fed it and yada yada. Why am I hearing echo back?
I got my headphones on.
I don't know why I was hearing echo back for a second there. But yeah, you know, I kind of buried the shell in there perfectly so that this fish and the other fish had something to swim under and get away from the two fish that are fighting.
Are they trying to be like the dominant?
Oh yeah, they're trying to fucking fight. I think there's a girl in this tank, dude. I'm gonna throw food in there if you don't. Okay, I gotta throw food in. You're fighting too much. I gotta throw a little in. Just a little. Because otherwise they'll fucking kill each other. I haven't fed them that much today. I just fed them little sprinklets like I just did. Tiny little fucking bits. So that they would just enough to subside them so they don't fucking kill each other. That's what he told me to do.
Well, I know when it comes with food, if you like have a whole bunch of fish food at once, they'll just keep on eating until it's gone.
Yeah, they'll divulge till they're fucking dead, till their stomachs explode, basically. So you don't want to feed them too much. I went from feeding them probably a little too much because I had a lot of feeders in there too. You know, little feeder fish, little guppies like are up at the top, nibbling up all the food before they get to it. But yeah, they got eaten, a lot of them, and now they're not so hungry for the feeder fish, but they want food. You know, actual flake food for whatever reason. Hi, Paul.
Hey, what's up?
Not too much. Just talking about the fish.
I see.
You're right, though. It is really relaxing watching fish. I wonder where Cassius went, because his guy's been in the same spot for like an hour.
Oh, I'm downloading stuff.
Oh. Downloading porn.
No. That's shit.
Don't lie.
That shit will get you caught, man.
What, downloading porn?
Yeah. You'll get caught for that shit. Next thing you know, you got this copyright troll calling you and shit.
Okay, now I kind of believe you, Red. Because I heard the dog shake its collar. What is that, Palm?
It's a mouse, probably.
What is what?
What were you just showing to the camera? Was that a picture?
My face.
No, it was a mouse, I think.
Oh, you mean this icon picture?
Yeah.
That's my hamster.
Hamster.
Is my video feed working again now or not?
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it goes to the picture and like it stays there. Yeah, that's my hamster. It's Little Bear. He's a little rascal.
He's a vicious bastard. Holy fuck. My blue's being very aggressive right now.
I'm gonna go get something in the McDonald's.
I don't eat that stuff.
GMOs for the win.
I haven't eaten McDonald's in so long that I can't even remember the last time I ate McDonald's.
You're missing out.
Seven or 8 years ago? Maybe
Really?
more?
What
Maybe
was
more?
the reason? Was it GMOs? What was the reason?
I went vegetarian.
Oh, I see. Well, that's a good reason.
It was like
Yeah.
medical reasons or health reasons.
Pro-choice reasons.
Oh, so you're not one of those.
Personal choice.
You're not going to be. So you're not one of those vegetarians that are like going to tear into people that eat meat.
Nope.
I was semi-vegetarian when I was little. I didn't eat beef or pork. I ate fish and chicken when I was really little and ate a lot of salad. But if I did if I did go back to being semi-vegetarian, I would just eat fish and chicken and give up eating pork and beef. Nick, when I eat salad, I can take half a head of lettuce and chop that all up, put eggs and
I want to get some plants that I can grow underwater with them.
you can get seaweed.
Well, no, not in the freshwater. There's other things you can get in this. I have Vera ferns, I think they're called.
Have you ever had sushi before you went vegetarian?
Yeah. Holy shit, he's really fighting with him. Yeah, you better stop bullying.
Now, could it be a girl? Like, is he trying to mate?
If they are, I made areas for that. The shell is an area for that. I sunk some of these other things into the dirt. Or rocks, I mean.
Oh, I heard that if getting a tattoo from Kat Von D, she charges around like $3,000 an hour.
I don't know. Never heard. Sister-in-law might know, but she's asleep.
What's the tattoo you have on the inside of your forearm on the wrist area?
Says not one more.
Hmm.
In Old English. With a heart around it.
How many tattoos do you have?
I used to have 4, but 2 of them faded out. And the one on my finger is fading out. I'm doing them in myself. This one wasn't myself. I had somebody else do that.
If you want to have like a good tattoo, man, like you can go to New Mexico. I have a
If I
buddy
want
that's
to
a
have a
tattoo
good
artist.
tattoo, if I want to have a good tattoo, bro, I'll just order myself a tattoo gun and do my own tattoos again. Serious. Less pain in the ass that way.
That's how Oliver Peck started.
Yep.
And with him, did you know when he started tattooing, he did nothing but black tattoos?
Yeah.
And when he tattooed people, he would just
Holy
reheat
shit! My blue just opened his mouth so fucking wide, he looked like he could swallow all these other fish in the tank.
Yeah. Did you know when Oliver Peck was tattooing, starting off, he would just reuse the needle? He would boil it, he would heat
That's
it up and
horrible.
then boil it. Well, he used to be addicted to acid. Oh, when him and Kat Von D were married, I heard she cheated on him with somebody else and then got with she cheated on when she was after she was divorced with Oliver Peck. Kat Von D was engaged to Nikki Sixx and then cheated on him with Jesse James.
My dad's in a relationship with Jesse James's cousin. Legitimate cousin.
Whose bikes do you think looks better, Jesse James or the people from American Chopper?
Eh.
Have you heard any of Rob Zombie's new music?
Not really.
You should. Now that he has John 5, Twiggy, and now that he has like John 5, Marilyn Manson's guitar player, drummer, and bassist, it sounds like White Zombie again. Sounds like that 80s, 90s hard grunge music with funk in it. When I became a fan of Rob Zombie, I was like 7 years old. I remember waking up at, God, 6 o'clock in the morning, turning on MTV, and Headbangers Ball was on, and I saw Thunderkiss 65 way back in the 90s, and ever since then I've been a fan of him.
Palm left, huh?
Yeah.
He didn't stay long.
I got a question for you. Would you, when I told you that I was like a semi-vegetarian when I was from 3 to 12 years old, the only stuff that I used to eat when it came to meat, I ate a lot of chicken and fish, and I ate a lot of grains. Would you consider that semi-vegetarian if I
That's
wasn't
more like
touching?
pescatarian or close to. I can't remember what the fuck it's called. It's a certain generalization for it. Generalization, not generalization. Okay. Some of
What
my
would you-
words sound mumbled sometimes, so if I ever repeat myself, that's the reason why.
It's fine. I could understand you. My father's mother had a real thick Irish accent, so I understood her, so I could understand you. What would you consider a semi-vegetarian? Somebody that just eats grain and fish?
It's like more or less. Okay, here's an example. There's this guy at the store that works at the grocery. He eats meat once each month for health reasons, though.
Yeah. I know
But
that when it comes to...
when he does, he goes all in.
I know when it comes to meat, the protein you get out of meat is different than the protein you get out of like lettuce, and that's what some people don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
Like the protein that's in carrots and vegetables, that's the protein for your eyes and heart and kidneys and intestines and everything, but the protein you get out of eating meat is the protein that builds muscle. Because meat has a lot more iron content in it than what beans and vegetables do. Amy, get over here. Get over here. Sit. You are already out. Oh, did I show you guys any of my tattoos?
I got pissed. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm like way underweight right now.
Great. How much would you say I look underweight?
Oh, that pee felt good. I'm beginning not to like this pump. Now I have to go get some fucking silicone glue tomorrow. That's about it. It's about the bottom of my problem.
I'll be right back.
I can't hear you right now, by the way. I have running water right next to my fucking head. There we go. I think that fixed it. I'm the fish tank guy. No, I'm kidding. That was a joke. Major joke. How many different things in your house do you have that are weapons?
A lot. Hell, my vape can be considered a weapon. If I get these coils like red hot, you ain't gonna want to touch them.
No, no, no. I got an even better way that it can be considered as a weapon. You could rewire the battery and throw it at somebody, and it would be turned into a bomb. Bam.
Take that back.
Oh, yeah.
That was a joke, by the way.
Oh, I'm serious. I have a tube mechanical mod that I could just create a hard short in the battery and then throw it at them. And it'll be really hot and it might explode.
Your fiance saying no.
Can you at least take the one you slobbered already?
She's trying to feed me brownies.
I want brownies. Where am I? No, I'm kidding.
Oh, man. Well, they're very rich, baby.
I know.
I'm not complaining about that.
I know they're rich. And they do that way.
6 viewers. Huh? We had 8 a few minutes ago.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yep. But yeah. I have about 35 things in this room that could be used as a weapon.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not joking.
The horse could be one.
Which one?
I said the horse right by the fish tank, you can use that as a weapon.
No, I couldn't. You know why? It's bronze and copper mixed together.
No, I'm saying you could put it on a string and hit somebody with it.
Yeah, but it might break. It's an antique. I mean, if I ever go get it fixed, it is a clock. You know? A lot of people don't know that about me. I'm an antiquer.
Well, you can make a lot of money being an antiquer.
Yeah, sometimes, depending on what you get.
Oh, I
Other
may not be.
times you can lose money too.
Oh, you know how I was telling you that I'm not that good with reading and with math?
Uh-huh.
Ever since I was a little kid, like,
Hey, bro, it's all good. I'm not good at
no,
calculus.
what I'm saying with when it comes with me that I'm good at. Do you remember cool tools back in the 90s, early 90s that were like this real small power tools for kids?
Mm-hmm.
When I was like 6 years old, 5, 6 years old, I had those. I had like a really child's version of a drill that was a real drill. Ever since then, I was making stuff with my dad, birdhouses, bookshelves.
I wish I knew how to make a birdhouse, like a big elaborate one, like a bird mansion, more or less. I'd put it in the backyard and make a house for all the little birdies.
Yeah. Well, this year my dad showed me how to make a wall.
See, that's something you could upload as a YouTube video.
Yeah, but how many people would actually take time to watch it, like
I would.
learning how to build?
I would. I'm just saying I would. I really would. I'm interested in that sort of thing.
I would build it. I just need the tools for it. I would need to have like a really good bandsaw, drill press, table saw.
See, that's my same problem. If I could get all that stuff into one room and have it all, and have you know, some what do you call those? They call them jackasses or whatever the fuck those things. things that you lay pieces of wood on, like a piece of plywood on, and it makes a table. You guys know what I'm talking about? Look, usually
yeah, I
has
know
a
what you're talking
donkey
about.
on the end. I call it a jackass because it has a donkey on the end. Well, anyways, that maybe that's just me being a jackass. But anyways, point being is makes the table, or vice versa, allows you to cut pieces of wood.
When I was a kid growing up in Idaho, my grandpa, he knew how to track and hunt. I know how to live off the land if I had to. I know what berries are, like what plants are poisonous, what plants are not. I know the difference between poison oak, poison ivy.
So do I. I've got survival books all up on my fucking shelf, dude.
Not only that,
They're my
but
voice.
I know what type of, if I'm like lost in the woods and I see scat, I can figure out if it's
You
deer
can
scat
figure out
or.
what type of scat it is. Yeah, same here.
Mm. See,
And
that's
I've never lived in the woods. I've more or less lived in the desert.
Mhm.
So
But see, that's the thing. I think it's funny how Hillary, she called us the degenerates, but yet we're the ones that would live off the land, and you have all of her followers that would die the first week when
yep,
chaos happens.
that's what she doesn't understand, man.
Like, I like that song by Merle Haggard Jr. My grandpa taught me how to live off the land, and his taught him how to be a businessman.
Mm-hmm. You know what's funny? If you go look up my great grandpa right now, you would find he has a lot of plots he had a lot of plots bought in the cemetery, and he still has 14 left. And they're all in the Dixon line, dude. What does that tell you? Or in different parts of the Dixon line. It tells you that he owned a lot of land. That's what that tells you, if you didn't know. So yeah, he basically owned a lot of land in Dixieland. My grandpa was a millionaire, man, back in the 1800s.
And a millionaire back then would be a billionaire now.
Yep. Where it all went, my uncle. Well, my uncle isn't a billionaire, but Grandpa dwindled a lot of it. I'm gonna say that.
Right now, I am. When I was like 26,
And everybody
27.
got hit, but you got to remember, everybody got hit by the Great Depression.
Yeah. When I was 26, 27, I was buying silver, and I might buy some silver again. Because when the shit does hit the fan, that's going to be
Audio.
money.
Is that good or bad?
Good if you play it.
And what most people don't understand is buying silver now is good because a lot of silver's going to basically be extinct
Hey, you know
because
what's
of
funny?
laptops, TVs, mirrors, jewelry, phones. Because silver is can conduct.
Hey, you know what's funny?
Yeah.
Those guys I was just talking about, having you tried, or you look them up earlier, like sent you links to them earlier.
Mm-hmm.
They just sent me their Facebooks. So there you go. See how Facebook connects people? Fuck you, Cassius.
Oh
All you
shit!
have to do
I
is
might
ask a
some.
question. That's all you have to do is ask a question. You get people's answers.
How long has it been?
Life is about asking questions and getting the answers. Do you know who said that?
No.
A great philosopher.
Hasn't everybody noticed that Ted Cruz looks like a mixture of Grandpa Munster and Nixon combined?
How did I know you were going to fucking say that?
The only thing I would say is damn Canadian.
I know he's Canadian. He was born in Calgary, Alberta.
And what the hell was he doing running for president?
Well, he thinks that he can run for president because his mom's American. It says now. It says he ended up going to court, and he doesn't know the difference between natural born and
naturalized.
And a lot of people don't know, in order to be American born abroad, you have to have both parents U.S. citizens at the time when you're over in another country at their birth, because they ended up changing the law to that. But as soon as...
Hey, you want to know something you didn't know?
What?
I'll tell you. They now grant and have granted illegal U.S. immigrants medical benefits for up to 3 years.
See, that's the thing. That's why we're in this debt, like Trump is saying. The more money we're spending on all of these illegal immigrants and a lot of the prisoners, that a lot of the inmates that are in prison right now are illegal immigrants.
Yeah.
And when people say illegal immigrants, they're not talking about Mexico, because there's a lot more Asian people over here that are illegal immigrants than what there is from Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
And we're giving like money to Israel. We're giving millions of money to Mexico so they can build for the wall. And if this is how what Trump was saying, okay,
millions of dollars.
Yeah, here it is. Trump said this, and I agree with him when he said, okay, here's Ford, Chevy. They're taking all of their, Ford just created 4 factories in Mexico. If those cars, he said, this is how he'll fix it. He won't allow those vehicles to come into the U.S. unless they move the factory back. Because he said it wouldn't be a American-made car. It would be a foreign car. Like what most people don't know, Mitsubishi, that's Japanese. Mitsubishi used to be a plane during World War I or World War II.
Well, if they can't tell from the name, I can't help them.
Oh, you want to hear something? When Ford came out with the Mustang, that wasn't originally named after the horse. It's actually named after the plane that was used in one of the world wars.
Mm-hmm.
But for the reason why it has the Mustang on the car is because one of the people working at Ford had a Mustang ranch.
Yeah.
But what does Hillary know? We're just a bunch of dumb,
Deplorable idiots.
Deplorable idiots.
can't you find out how to find their fucking Facebook without going through all the people that have the same fucking name as them? It's really hard to find people that way.
Oh, that video that you put up about Milo, I was just watching that video last night.
Yep, I watched it.
I watched like the whole
I
video was
fucking
like an
laughed.
hour long.
I laughed. I laughed so fucking hard.
And what he was saying in that video is that a lot of the people, like the people he was talking about, make up false hate crimes. You know who I would vote for president? If Milo was born in the U.S., I would vote for his ass. And I think that's the reason why Hillary supporters hate Milo, is because he tells the truth, and it's funny how here it is the Republicans are the ones that like Milo and the liberals don't.
Like I keep saying, I just ignore it. He wouldn't be as popular as he is right now. Nor be a martyr. The whole Twitter thing. Oh. They got a feed.
KFC Hillary special. 2 fat thighs, 2 small breasts, and a left wing. Oh, fuck. That's fucking hilarious. That is fucking hilarious. Colonel Bernie Sanders. Y'all niggas need vote. Oh, okay, let me restart. If y'all niggers vote for me, I'll provide free malt liquor and chicken. Oh, fuck. I gotta share that. I gotta share that. I gotta share that. You guys gotta see that. It's just so fucking hilarious. All chicken. All liquor and chicken.
Oh, did you hear when she went to that black church? She down in the South. She was saying that, "Oh, I'm a good old Southern girl. I like hot sauce on my fried chicken."
No, she's racist. Race baiting.
No, doesn't that sound like a racist comment?
Yeah.
And when he was at the black church in Detroit, what was he talking about? Detroit. He was saying we need to clean up Detroit. We need to bring back jobs for the urban community. We need to. And Trump never said anything racist. I think the reason why people hate him is because they don't want to have true change. Yeah, he can spout off sometimes, but I don't think that there will be World War III. Because Hillary was the one that said on TV, as soon as she gets in, she'll stop Russia from having nuclear weapons.
That's a bit late. They already have one.
I know, but here it is. Putin, he wants them so he can protect Russia from ISIS. And when what happened when Russia got attacked by ISIS? Putin, he ended up blowing up a whole bunch of ISIS people.
Mm-hmm.
And here it is, you have somebody like Putin that's ex-KGB that said, Americans keep your guns. And if
Yep.
if a Russian leader
He
is
was
telling,
warning us. He was warning us.
he said
Yeah.
we knew we
He
knew
was
what
saying,
happened.
hey, you guys, you shouldn't be fucking idiots. Because obviously something's coming. Something's in the works. Not
Not
just your
only that, Nick, but
politics.
Nick,
There's
not
something
only that,
else
but
in the works. And it's going to blindside you, so you best keep your fucking weapons.
he
And
said
it's
that, and
not just
he
going to
was
be
all,
us. It's not just going to be the Russians attacking us. It'll be both fucking sides.
well, I believe that what a lot of people don't know is that when Hitler promised Stalin that Germany will never attack Russia, what did the Russians do? Allied up with us during World War II.
Not just us, they allied up with the British too.
So if we were allies during World War II, like why are we causing problems with them now? The Cold War is over. The shit that happened in the 80s is over.
Yeah.
You have Bill Clinton wasn't impeached because of Monica Lewinsky. He was impeached because of Chinagate, giving our top secrets to China.
Yeah.
And that was caused by emails.
You are precisely correct.
And this is what I say. How can Hillary protect us when she couldn't protect Air Force One and she couldn't protect the guys in Benghazi?
Ah, shite. I don't know. Because she's a fucking deplorable idiot.
I'm gonna
We
say
already
this.
knew that, though.
People that are from Dixie don't even like her.
Of course not.
And another thing is that when Hitler, he actually banned the flag of Dixie, that's not the flag of the Confederacy. He banned that flag coming in Germany because he knew what it actually represent.
Mm-hmm.
The X, that's the St. Andrew's cross, where they executed St. Andrew's like a X. The blood represents the blood of Christ. The red represents the blood of Christ, and the 13 stars represents the 13 southern states.
Ah, shite. I'll be right back. I like to throw water bottles in the trash can. So I try to keep this bag on top here. But sometimes things fall over when you throw something at it. Maybe I need to pick up the trash and take it out, huh?
Probably.
Or just push it down. Here we go. We talked about how Iran and Iraq got their countries and shit, right?
Yeah.
They stole them.
I'm going to say this. I do believe that if Saddam Hussein was still here, still alive, ISIS wouldn't be in control of Saudi Arabia.
Oh, hell no. That was our biggest mistake ever. Honestly.
He never even attacked us. It was with Saddam Hussein alive, they ended up killing him off because he wanted to have oil. He wanted the US to pay him in his currency. And he also wanted to get rid of the Rockefeller Bank that's out there. Same thing with Omar Gaddafi. They killed Omar Gaddafi because Omar Gaddafi wanted to have oil. He wanted to be paid. He wanted his country to be paid in their currency. And he ended up wanting to get rid of the Rockefeller Bank. So what happened? The day before his body was even cold, there was a Rockefeller Bank.
Yeah.
Oh well, Hillary, she can call us extreme patriots, dumb and terrorists all she wants, but with all that college knowledge, she really doesn't have common sense.
Of course not.
You don't have to have a degree to be smart. Common sense goes a long way.
I don't have a degree. I have knowledge. You know how I have knowledge? That's just half of it.
Books.
That's just half of it. Well, that's what you're sitting on because I tend to stack books all around me. Because I tend to read things periodically when I get bored.
And I liked it how when Trump he said that the reason why China leaders are smarter than us is because they're businessmen and businesswomen. While we have our country ran by a bunch of lawyers that just want to pass a bill just to get money.
Lawyers, doctors.
Oh, did you know Condoleezza Rice? She totally got out of politics and she's teaching at a college now.
I don't know who that is, actually. I have to look that up. I know that's bad.
Ron Paul. See, I liked Ron Paul because there's videos of him, like from the 80s. Even in the 80s, he was saying that if we don't stop what we're doing now by the year 2000, we're going to be $20 trillion in debt. And when he was running, they took his votes and gave it to Romney. And then right before Obama.
Oh, she's served for Secretary of State for George W. Bush.
Yeah.
Succeeded by Hillary Clinton. Okay.
I think the only person that's in the government that's not corrupt would be Ron Paul.
If I ever got government office, I wouldn't be corrupt.
Because Ron Paul was actually a doctor before he got into government. He helped people in hospitals and everything.
I would not be corrupt in the aspect of corruption because I don't need a lot to be happy. That's why I wouldn't be corrupt.
You know what? If I ever won the lottery, like millions of dollars, I would buy an island and like freaking move. Just live on my own private island. So that way, so if it's like out of like so far out where it's not even near where it's not even near any countries, I would just live in peace.
Well, what happens when you get a giant tidal wave? Because you cannot predict these sorts of things or foresee them. Because they just happen.
Would you rather live on your own private island or live in the Rocky Mountains?
Mountains. Because at least then you could grow stuff that you need.
You have, like with that, you have natural medicines. Like a lot of people don't know that ibuprofen comes from the willow tree.
I knew that. Well, not just ibuprofen, actually aspirin.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, well, basically.
Yeah.
Not exactly, but basically.
And a lot of people don't know that the actual medical name for a Band-Aid is adhesive strip. Band-Aid, it's just a brand name.
Yeah. I caught on.
Like I know you can take the bee, you can take like lip balm that's made out of bee wax, make a candle out of that. You can take candles, melt them down, put in some wick and make a candle out of that. Oh, you want to hear something funny? I was watching this
Hey,
video.
hold up. I'm going to get something off the shelf.
All right.
You're getting me in mode. Grab something. Read off to people.
Amy, pills.
See, this is all I'd need. Stuff like this. Survival in the wilderness.
So before they go,
Hold on.
before they go shopping with you.
Look. Y'all don't understand. Ooh, this is a good one. Poisonous plants. Poisonous plants in the wilderness. Aconite. The various species of this herb have lobbed alternate leaves and flowers which vary in color from white to deep purple. The upper part of the flower resembles a hood. The flowers mature in two pods, each carrying he was being loud, sorry. Each carrying seeds. Various species are found through most of the U.S. and Canada. All parts of the plant contain aconitin and other alkaloids which cause intense vomiting, diarrhea, muscular spasms, and weakness. Weak pulse, respiratory paralysis, convulsions, and death in extreme cases. Baneberry, Actea, several species, bearing large lobing toothed leaves. Plant is found from 1 to 3 feet tall. The flower spike of the plant bears small white flowers, which precede glossy white or red oval shaped berries, usually 1/2 inch or less in length. The berries are this is poisonous plants in the wild, by the way, are reported to be bitter and seedy. Baneberry is found at elevations of up to 9,000 feet and is not usually found abundantly in given areas. The rootstock and berries contain an essential oil said to cause severe gastronitis or diarrhea and vomiting. These symptoms, not necessarily fatal to healthy adults, have been reported fatal to children in some cases. Black henbane. Oh wait, I should show the last one first. Baneberries, so people don't ever eat it because they can mistake it. Black henbane. Found growing from 1 to 4 feet tall. These hairy, erect herb bears oblong leaves with few deep teeth along the edges. The leaves grow alternately from 3 to 8 inches long. The flowers are hairy, cup-shaped, and grow at the base of the leaf stalks and at the top of the plant. The flowers eventually form a 5-sided casting around the fruit capsule. Black henbane is found in southern Canada, northern U.S., and common in the northern Rocky Mountain states. The plant grows frequently in dry soil, such as that found along roadbeds and in junkyards. All parts of the plant contain atropine and related alkaloids. Symptoms of poisoning are increased salivation, headache, nausea, rapid pulse, convulsions, and coma. Drinking of tannic acid solution is considered a useful part of the treatment for black henbane poisoning. But yeah, these are kind of old, but they still have some current knowledge. But I'm not going to bore you to death with just poisonous plants. I don't want everybody to know all that knowledge. They don't need to know all that. I don't understand why people like Morgan Freeman wouldn't vote for Trump. Do you guys? Nobody? Anybody around? Red? That's fine. You would have never known. You can find asparagus in the wild. You can find balsam root in the wild. Bearberry in the wild. Bracken fern. Brack fern. Blackberries. All this stuff's edible. Broom rape. There's actually a plant called broom rape. That's fucking quite hilarious right there. Yeah, it's me. A plant called broom rape. I'll be right back. I need to go get another cup of coffee before I fall asleep.
Aha, you're back.
Yeah, I went to go grab something.
Mm.
Went to go grab a cup of coffee and some food.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna sit here and eat this can of SpaghettiOs raw.
Do it.
I had 4 people come through and dislike my video.
I think I'm gonna grab a cup of soup.
What?
I think I'm gonna grab a cup of soup.
Yeah.
That's good.
There we go. I'll take that out later.
You know what I want to get a hold of? Some real fish broth so I can make miso soup.
Some fish broth,
Yeah, for miso soup.
miso soup.
Yeah.
I can make a very vegetarian miso soup,
Yeah?
but yeah.
Well, I don't think that'd be particularly hard because the only thing not vegetarian about it is the fish broth.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's really good though. It's really easy too, and it's best if you fry up the tofu before you put it in.
Yeah.
Just an opinion.
I can see it. Lightly sear it beforehand, yeah. Mm.
Reminds me, I have a rice bowl in there I need to throw out. This restaurant is really good. It's a vegan restaurant.
I used to eat at one at a vegan restaurant when I was in California.
Yeah, it's
And then-
it's in Anaheim. It's called Eat or Healthy Junk.
Huh. I lived in Anaheim. Well,
And it's slime.
technically I lived in Santa Ana, so. But, oh man, that's what I miss the most though about California is the food. The variety of food.
Yeah, there's so much variety here.
I don't know if you've heard of it, but I really liked this place, Mimi's Cafe.
Called what?
Mimi's Cafe.
Mimi's Cafe? Yeah, I used to go there.
Of the French onion. Mm-hmm. Had really good French onion. Yeah.
Pocketbooks.
Nice.
A whole set of them. I inherited them when my grandpa died.
Ah. That's why I didn't like. That's why I really think
What?
FDR was one of the worst presidents we ever had.
Why?
Oh, because my grandfather was rounded up and put in the.
Oh, he was drafted?
It was Japanese.
Oh, he was rounded up and put in a camp.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's...
They took
That's fucked
his family sword that had been in the family for centuries.
That is fucked up.
Yeah. Over
Yeah,
an attack
I'm
that he
sorry that
provoked.
they acted in that way, that people were fucking traitors that lived here already. I thought that... when I heard that, I didn't know that until a few years back. My mom was telling me that, and I was like, really? I didn't know that.
They were citizens.
Yeah.
So, and yeah, pissed me off.
Hey,
Nice. But then again, my grandfather also working that during the Apollo project. So
so did my grandpa, or not my grandpa, my uncle.
I guess it worked out. But they rounded him up because he was in radio. And of course, American of Japanese descent in radio, obviously, is
Oh yeah, big time spy.
totally a spy.
Totally. Fucking deplorable human being. I was joking, by the way.
I know. I'll tell you what, too. After the fact, he went on to prove that he's more American than any other American. A lot of Japanese did that. But only American made. Worked at NASA, all that shit. And as a hobby, he
Yeah.
built TVs. Okay. FDR and I are not on good terms. If I could, I'd spit on his grave.
They probably have it protected.
Yeah, like I said, if I could. But again, I'd also probably piss and shit all over it. But yeah, they probably have it protected and shit. It also explains why he was a lifelong Republican. Because he was a Democrat.
Yeah. Because he was a Democrat, yep.
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 Yeah, when people say, "Oh, well, my rights will protect me," no,
No,
They
your
won't.
rights stop where somebody else's began. Like I've said over and over.
oh, I'm talking about like my rights will
I
protect me
know.
from the government.
No, they
No,
won't.
they won't.
No, they won't. No. Sorry to tell you, bro. Nope.
You want proof of that? Ask him live. I'll tell you. Your rights don't mean shit if the government says so.
You're right. You're completely right. Who the fuck is calling me on Facebook? Oh, hell no. I'm gonna slap this bitch with a fucking backhand. Backhand. Motherfucker, backhand. Don't you dare be calling me on Facebook.
Yeah, I'm back.
Goddamn Brad. Gonna crash my damn fucking shite. Fucking Bradley. Cock. Don't be a cock. And I wasn't talking about you.
It's all good, cuz.
I was talking about Brad.
No, the reason why I was gone for a little bit is I was making breakfast.
Yep, I had to eat something too. I was getting starving. Marvin.
Yeah, that's
What up,
just
Brad Carter? Oh, you fucker. He left.
that's the eggs I made. You can see it.
Eggs and sausage.
Yeah, that's like 4 eggs right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I could put it down. I just can't keep weight on that long.
What up, Brad?
Oh, boss. Hey, guess what?
What?
I lose my dog.
What?
I've just lost my fucking dog, bro.
What? How?
Oh, because the fucking cunt got out and went across the road and the fucking putrid mother across the road ring the fucking cops.
Wow.
Which rang the fucking council.
And they take your dog away?
Not yet, they haven't. But I will be losing her.
That's fucked up.
Tell me it's fucked up, bro.
Your country's fucked, dude.
Wait, I know, I won't say because you're fucking on there.
Yeah, it's all good. Fucking, it doesn't fucking matter right now.
Oh, brother, I lost it. Like, fuck out. Fuck, man. Fuck. I'm going to bed in a minute anyway. I can't deal with the shit in this street no more.
Yeah. I had the cops here a couple weeks back, dude.
What for?
Because the lady next door fucking cut down the vine that's growing on my house, on my wall. And I told her the next time she did that shit that I was going to call cops on her. And they told me that the next time that I call them, I have to have videographic proof of them cutting in the vine and throwing it over into my yard to call it destruction of property, which is retarded, right? Like, I'm really going to stand out there and watch somebody fucking do their job, right? They're expecting me to go out and spend money to fucking put cameras up and shit. I think he just crashed out his phone or something, or his computer or whatever.
Probably. Yeah, I'm gonna finish up this rope quest and probably go to bed myself. Hopefully I can do this quest though.
Yeah, we got about 2 hours left, if that.
Yeah.
Do you two like hot sauce?
I like hot sauce.
Hot sauce.
Oh, look at this. I got some habanero paste. Look how thick
Not
it is.
bad. Not bad.
Oh, did you know they found a chili that's 10 times hotter than the ghost pepper?
Yeah, I want to try it. I love my ghost chili, so.
If you go to budk.com, you can get some ass-kicking ghost chili peanuts.
I know. I've had that.
Oh, Budk also sells ammo now.
Oh,
Do they?
Yeah,
That's cool.
you can get like a 500 round 223 and rounds for AK. The thing with that, they can't ship it out to California,
No, they
same.
can't.
or as I like to call, California.
The duck himself. I know you're not a duck, but
He's not a duck. Wonder who it was that disliked the videos so much. Yeah,
Could have been a woman.
no, maybe. I don't know. Oh well.
You talking about there are no women on the internet?
yeah, only GIRLs, guys in real life. That's an old Rob joke.
Shit, man, I think you enjoyed that a wee bit too much there, Nick. Throw yourself, son.
My God, breathe.
I've never heard that.
Never? That's an old Rob joke.
Oh, I got a joke for you.
That almost just made me shit myself.
Yeah.
I got a joke for you guys. You want to hear it? What's round as a tomato, thick as bacon, and dumb as a head of lettuce?
I don't know.
Rosie O'Donnell.
Ha!
I think she's thicker than bacon, dude.
I don't get it.
Like, way thicker.
Did you know she was the one that started the Million Moms March, where she wants to ban people from having AR-15s, the semi-automatics, but yet she has 12 guards following her 24/7 with her and her kids that had fully automatic rifles.
Most of these people that want to ban guns have fucking guards around their house anyway.
Yes, what criminals, what silly people would want to ban semi-automatic weaponry?
And people don't understand is that criminals don't go to the gun stores and buy them. They steal them out of people's homes.
Not just that,
I
they
was-
can buy them illegally.
Yeah, but if you buy them illegally, it's harder to do so.
Not out here, Simon. I could go down to the next city over and go buy fucking 2 guns right now. But that's just
More of
me
a
knowing,
deterrent.
me knowing the people that I know, you know?
But there's more of a deterrent there, though. If you can do something legally, you're less. There's not that deterrent of, oh shit, will I get prison if I get caught? Will I get a fine if I get caught? Will I get these things taken away from me? You're not thinking about it. You're just like, oh, all right, yeah, I'll do that. I can do that. It's legal. Cool. If someone breaks into my house, I'll shoot them 150 times in the space of 10 seconds with my semi-automatic.
Simon, the reason why there's a high amount of, like when, who's that guy? Pierce Morgan. Yeah, the reason why he was talking about the high amount of gun shootings is that here it is, like there's a lot of crime in the U.S. when it comes to gangs, and they're not talking about the shootings and like home break-ins or self-defense. They're when they do show the numbers, it's gang members shooting other gang members.
Exactly.
And they're trying to make it as American citizens, law-abiding citizens are going out and shooting people, and they're not.
Yep.
That is still a factor of American people shooting intruders, or because the stat's not more likely that you'll shoot one of your family members by accident, or it'll be like a false fire and stuff like that, rather than.
I had a friend recently that shot another friend by accident because they were fucking around drunk, and one shot the other one's head off basically, but it was totally by accident. But the point I'm trying to make is they were drunk as fuck, and one said, "Hey, how much will you give me if you shoot this can off my head?" You know.
The fuck?
I'm not even joking. You think I'm joking? Yeah,
No.
This is complete seriousness. And like, yeah, dude shot the can off his head, and they wanted to sue him for manslaughter. Yet, you know, he was basically saying, you know, how are you going to sue me when the other one? Yeah, you get what I'm saying.
Well, maybe it was don't sound crude, but maybe it was a benefit this person left the world.
Not only that, Simon, but if you
possibly
another thing is that the government isn't telling you, most of the rifles found in police evidence lockers are Ruger 1022s or either 9mm pistols.
I gotta pee again.
I don't know what a Ruger 1022 is. You know, I'm a
It's
Brit.
just a small rifle for like squirrels and mice, like small rodents.
Basically a step up from a BB gun.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, why would you need a semi-automatic weapon or a fully automatic weapon?
Okay,
you're not going to get invaded if you're getting robbed.
I'll explain it to you that the media isn't saying. Semi-automatic weapon. Okay, let's just say this is a gun. Semi-automatic is you're holding it like this, and you pull the trigger once, one projectile goes out. Fully automatic is what they're talking about, which is an assault rifle. You hold the trigger down, and it just keeps shooting. A shotgun is basically a semi-automatic. Pistol is a semi-automatic. Nick's in the latrine right now.
You didn't answer my question though. Why would you need a fully automatic weapon?
We can't own them. That's the thing. They're not. We don't own them in the U.S.
I thought you were complaining that someone was trying to. You're complaining that Rosie O'Donnell.
No, I was saying that people like Rosie O'Donnell is saying that fully automatic and semi-automatic is the same thing, and it's not. Semi is like a
No, it's
shotgun.
not.
You can get semi-automatic shotguns.
So, okay, so
And
with a semi-automatic, can you not like have several? Does it not speed up the rate at which you can fire it, multiple bullets?
Semi-automatic, you can shoot it one after another.
Yeah,
As
it's
fast
like
as
you just
bang,
gotta
bang,
keep.
bang, 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 bang.
Basically,
fully
you gotta keep
automatic,
pulling
you
the.
can just pull the trigger and ba 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 ba.
Oh yeah, yeah. I know the difference, and you can also buy like implements to make a semi-automatic weapon fully automatic though. I've
Well,
seen
depending on the
these.
gun, yes, that is
Yeah.
true. But yeah.
Yeah.
And
Again,
here in
I really
America,
Here we go again though. But why would you need a semi-automatic weapon?
for protection, it's just a pistol. That's all it is. You can get pistols. That a
Oh,
semi-automatic is. It's to basically
Just like a
when
bow
our
and arrow
founding.
back in the 1600s or 1700s or
Here,
vice versa was
I'll
a
explain it to you.
means
The
of
reason,
protection.
Would you not like prefer a big loud fucking shotgun that will scare an intruder away rather
no,
than a
here, Simon, I'll explain it to
Well,
you.
that
The
is
reason,
true, but
Nick, I'll explain it to him. The reason why we have the Second Amendment is because it's not there for hunting or for sport. It's there to protect us from a corrupt tyranny, like a corrupt government, like how the British invaded Scotland a long time ago and was everything like that taken away. That's what the Second Amendment is there for, to protect us from the government. Without the
Scotland.
Second Amendment,
Fuck the American government.
without the Second Amendment, we wouldn't have our first. We wouldn't have our rights to protect our homes.
How do you think people in Europe and Britain and just what I say Scotland is a part of Britain? So, yeah, how do we protect ourselves from our government?
you can't because they've already taken away your fucking rights in a sense.
Well, what do you mean? Do the consensus polls like people in Europe are happier in a sense when you do these polls of like levels of quality of life and things like that? They've found like
You
people
may
in
be
Europe
happier
where
with
there are
quality
no
of
guns.
life, but you think about it, some of these people may also be brainwashed.
That and our government, our founding fathers never wanted us to have a democracy. They wanted us to have a republic where the people go in and vote on bills
A
and the government doesn't.
constitutionalist republic.
Do you think the founding fathers were talking about semi-automatic weaponry when they were talking about right to bear
Basically,
arms?
they put this down, and that's what the media doesn't want to tell you, is that George Washington and the other one said that the people should have the exact type of ammunition and weaponry as the standing military to protect their homes and protect their land.
So you think your neighbor next door should have access to nuclear weaponry?
No,
No.
nothing like that, but
Oh, you just contradicted yourself.
no,
No,
because
they didn't.
nuclear weapons, they
Because
don't use
nuclear
nukes
weapons
anymore.
are a fucking higher class of weaponry than what we're even mentioning or even talking about.
No, it's not. If the
Yes, it
military
is.
have access,
Yes,
Yes, it is.
military.
It completely decimates fucking societies.
Exactly.
If you're gonna compare something that goes in a fucking firearm that shoots somebody dead
Nick.
aim to a fucking bomb going off, oh man.
Nick, did you hear what? Did you hear what? Red
I already know
said?
what happened in fucking.
Listen to me, Nick. Did you hear what Red said? I don't agree with it. It's the founding fathers said the civilians should have the same level of military
Yeah, they did.
weaponry.
They should. Other
as
than
military.
nukes. Other than nukes.
All right, well, we'll
Because
put that in
no,
there.
I honestly think no one should have fucking nukes, personally, but that's my personal opinion.
I disagree.
Because why are we all fucking allowed to have bombs to fucking destroy the whole goddamn planet? But you know,
Well, unfortunately,
to each his
there are
own.
things as nuclear weapons, and they do, because there are a thing known as nuclear weapons. If we didn't have them, they're used as a deterrent effect. We create nuclear weapons in the hope we never have to use them. They're just used as a deterrent. But every person that has nuclear weapons, every country that has nuclear weapons, the vast majority of them, maybe with the exception of like North Korea or something,
Another thing is that our founding
that will-
fathers never wanted us to
China.
have our founding fathers never wanted us to have a standing military. When they talk about the militia is the U.S. citizens. It's not the Army or the Marines or any other military force.
Yep.
But this is why I'm trying. Are you expecting that your army, your military, is going to invade your home and steal your fucking Xbox 360? Is that what you're worried over? So I need a fucking
No.
submachine gun.
That's not the
It's
point.
a
Someone's gonna
semi-automatic
steal my TV.
weapon is not a submachine gun. That's
can be-
what the media is brainwashing people. We don't own. The only time you can own a fully automatic is you have to have a 2-year waiting list, and you have to
You
go
have to
through
have a Class 3 license to own a fully automatic weapon.
and you have to go through a background check through the FBI and ATF.
All right, but
Yep.
is a AK-47 not a semi-automatic?
No, it's a fully automatic weapon.
Right,
And
I
that's
don't know
another thing
much
that
about
people
it.
don't. That's another thing that people get
Semi-burst.
confused is that there's the AK-47 and then there's the AK-74. They look very similar, but if you actually break them apart, they're very different.
Right. Well, let's just get this. I'm just curious. I know you're saying like you should have access to the same weaponry as the military. I totally disagree with that on many levels, but let's say that's true. Grenade launchers and all the rest of that shit. Why do you need it if you're not purposely? I know you said it's to defend yourself from your government, but they've got. Are you
The
really
reason
comfortable
why,
living
Simon,
in
is
a
'cause
country
our
where you feel as
government
though
right now is taking away more of our rights, stripping away our constitution. We can't even say anything bad, or else we'll get locked up.
What do you mean? You have the right to own a weapon? You have the
No,
just
we don't. Some
Not
states
every
don't.
person.
There's some cities you can't even own a freaking pistol.
Yep.
Look at Chicago. That's why there's so many gun deaths in Chicago, is because the criminal has them, not the law-abiding citizens.
Mhm.
so. Wait, let me look this up. You can't own weaponry in Chicago.
Statistics, most people can't own fucking guns in Chicago because Chicago has higher fucking crime rate than any other city in all of the United States. They call it Chirac for a reason, Simon.
Chicago now allows concealed carry, though there are restrictions. You must be able
Major
to
restrictions.
You must be approved for approved for and receive a license. You cannot conceal carry in prohibited areas like schools, for example. I want to
You
see where
can't even really own a gun.
I want to see where the statistics show that because they've now changed the law in terms of
Oh, they didn't change
how
it recently.
easy it
It's
is
been
to-
Simon. It's been like this since
It's been like
1991.
this for
It's been like that
over
ever
20
since
years.
Obama was the senator of Chicago. He helped pass a bill in '91 where you can't even own a pistol, and that's the reason why we have so many gun deaths.
and
Last
And
year
the
there were
majority of the people that are killing each other are black that do live in that state. Not trying to be racist.
Well,
but it's-
Chicago has
statistics
always had
proven.
a major crime
Yes.
gang mentality associated with it, and it's not.
It wasn't
mostly
like
black,
that
to be
during
honest.
the
It's
80s.
It's mostly Latino, but back to that.
back
I
in
just
the
want to
'80s.
see.
It was not like that, Simon. As soon like
Oh.
the reason why
You're really gonna argue that with me? I used to live there, so.
No, I'm not arguing.
the reason why there's so high amount of crime in Chicago and Detroit and Trenton, New Jersey, is because we had a lot of those car businesses that
Or I've been through there enough to say I've lived there. Let's
That-
put it like that.
the government took away and put in other countries, and that's why there's a lot of people living in poverty.
2010 Chicago ban on handguns was ended by the Supreme Court in the McDonald v. Chicago case. Right, so you can own handguns.
You still can't. You have to have a vigorous background check.
Yep.
Hell, Simon, look this up.
They have
lived
more of
in-
a background check than California.
I'm trying to see even when the laws were in place where the requirements were so much higher. Did this increase or decrease the gun violence rates?
Okay, Simon.
So
Look at this. I grew up in Idaho. Like I lived there half my life before. I grew up in Idaho. I lived in Idaho when I was a kid. Grew up in Idaho as a kid. In Idaho, there are 0 gun deaths in Idaho. There's 0 break-in. There's low crime, low everything. Same thing with Utah. Same thing with Wyoming.
You know why?
When you have a high amount of people with guns, there's less crime. When you have less people with guns, the criminals take over. And that's
know
where
what,
drugs come in.
police
That's
state
where
is?
there's a high amount of rape coming in. That's where there's a high amount of gang members coming in.
You guys know what a police state is?
Nazi Germany.
I read this book back in high school. Talked about police states and how they made Colorado and Utah and all these other states police states back in like the 60s and earlier on and such, right? Basically, they were going through these states and taking away guns, taking away this, that, and the other thing, and doing the same thing they're doing now.
And that's why we had the Revolutionary War. As the British were over here, they were taking away the farmers' land, they were taking away their business, they were taking away
Not only that, they were doing a lot more than that. I'm just not going to interject.
Not only that, but they were taking away their rights to bear arms. They were taking away everything.
You know, Britain had a time where we could own guns, don't you? We could own handguns. Do you know what we did? We banned the right to own handguns. Do you know what happened? The homicide rate suddenly increased and then dropped drastically after all the guns were out of the sort of black market and been cleaned up. And it was low. And the homicide rate in the homicide rate in the UK is lower than it ever was since we had guns in it.
Are you counting for, Ireland?
Yeah, the whole of the UK. This is Britain. No, sorry, this is just Britain. It's not Great Britain. So it's just be Scotland, Ireland, Scotland, England, and Wales.
What about the Republic of Ireland?
I don't think the stats are included here. But yeah, the homicide rates in Northern Ireland are fucking crazy because, it's Northern Ireland.
Yep.
Well, there's another thing is that Piers Morgan, he ended up lying on CNN. That's why he lost his job, is he was making up false accusations.
Accusations.
I also heard he was banned from England by reporting false information on the news.
Yeah, he's been caught lying a few times. I'll send you a link.
Oh.
So I understand Britain is a very much different country than America. I'm showing you after we banned the guns, crime rates increased, and then they decreased after we got the black market.
Okay, Simon, I'll give it to you this way. Let's say you're in a scenario. I'll give you a scenario. You have the right to own a pistol. Let's say you have a pistol on you, or
He just froze.
Oh, I'm here?
No, not you. Red did. But I don't know what scenario he was given.
Chicago crime rate drops as concealed carry gun permit applications.
I don't believe it.
The Washington Times. pretty reputable.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
don't even
not
get stuff
even-
from the Washington
that
Times.
ain't
They make
even-
up a whole bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, they make up so much fucking news that it ain't even funny. What you don't understand is our news media is controlled by a bunch of people that don't even care about this country. They think this country is trash.
Our
So
news
what?
media.
But
Simon,
I
I'll
like
tell you
getting-
this: our news media is controlled by Rockefeller and Carnegie's.
Right. So what information would you accept then? Because you could anything I provide you, you could just say, well, the news media is corrupt. Would I have to do the study myself?
I'd rather
No.
get information from an independent organization instead of a major.
I'd rather go to Breitbart.
I get my stuff
or
from
Drudge
Breitbart,
Report.
Alex Jones, Michael Savage.
I wonder why.
What? He's not lying.
Yeah, Alex Jones isn't lying? Okay.
No, he does not lie.
All right.
He's the one that came out and said that our government was involved with taking down the Twin Towers, and they were. Those planes didn't make that tower come down. As soon as that plane hit, that fuel was gone. Those towers were burning so rapidly that it was melting
Wait, man,
concrete.
I've seen the full structural analysis of the Twin Towers built. I work in fire risk engineering. I've seen the full analysis of it. I don't want to get into fucking 9/11 conspiracies with you. I've worked in the fire service for nearly 5 years. I don't want to
The fuel did not cause the towers to come down. It wasn't even caused down. It didn't. C4 couldn't even make it cause down, because that whole building was made strong, not as strong as the Empire State Building, but that you had to use a real high chemical for that to come down. The rebar in the Twin Towers were like melting, and if you watch the video,
you realize
like on pop, 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 pop. That plane did not make it come down.
No, I'm not having this conversation again. You know, I've had this conversation over 100 times. I've explained it over 100 times, and after I do so,
And
after I show the thermodynamic analysis,
Fire cannot make steel all of a sudden drop down that fast. I took a little bit of welding in school. My grandpa was a forest ranger. My grandpa worked in the Forest Service. My dad was in the military for 30 years.
all right. How much thermodynamics do they study?
Well, when you're a ranger,
How much
you technically...
structural mechanics?
You know what? A
How
fire
much
burning
structural
down a
mechanics
freaking
do they
tree is
study?
different than a fire. It would have to metal. That heat from that plane, when it hit the oxygen, the fuel from the plane went this way. All of a sudden, the towers went.
Yeah, man, I'm not talking about this shit again. I've talked about it with so many fucking hundreds of people. I've talked to people. I've talked to fireys that were there.
You need to
I've got
the fire people, the firemen. I lived. You weren't. I know more than you. I lived in Jersey. I actually saw that stuff coming down. That stuff was so hot that there was stuff in Newark, New Jersey.
Right, I'm not having this conversation. All right, I'm not having this conversation.
There was like 4 blocks filled with soot. The firefighters' boots were so hot on the bottom that they were melting. And it was even New York, like ground zero, it was burning for a freaking month. It was still that hot.
You know what's crazy is if I told you guys I knew firefighters there, you wouldn't even believe me. One of my mom's best friends is a firefighter.
Because there's even a video of Bush reading to the kids, and he's reading this book, and he said, the 2 birds went down. Then after that, the towers. And when it came to the Tower 7, our government blew that down because it had a lot of information about Bush bringing down the towers. They
I don't
even or
believe Bush had part in it, bro. I really don't.
well, our government, Bush had documents in Tower 7, in Building 7, and we also attacked our own part of the Pentagon. Look up the game New World Order. The exact spot where the Twin Towers are hit was the exact spot how it was on 9/11. You can even take our money and fold it a certain way, and you can even see the Twin Towers coming down.
That is true. The whole money thing. Just like I think it's either the $5 or the $10 bill. You can see a plane crashing into the side of the Pentagon.
You start off with 1, then 5, 10, 20. You can all of them going down like this.
Yeah.
And a lot of the information that's over in Europe, they're paid off by the Rockefellers and Carnegies. There's a big bank in Europe that has the Rockefeller.
Have you ever heard of George Soros?
What do you think? Where do you think I'm getting my information from? Do you think I'm getting it from my government? I'm getting it from double PhD fire risk engineers. I've done the hand calcs myself.
Well, if you were never there and you didn't even see it,
I have been working for the fire service for nearly 5 years. I've been firefighting and then community safety. I was a firefighter, then moved into community safety.
What did you do as a firefighter? Were you one that worked in the trees, or were you one that worked in big buildings?
I worked in the biggest city in Scotland. I work in Glasgow.
Well, an apartment coming down is pretty different than having a building coming down that's made from concrete and steel.
All right, you don't realize the structural integrity of buildings within major cities in the UK. They're not made
the
of
rebar in that. They're not made of wood and
that
plaster. The steel that was in the Twin Towers were that thick.
And it even goes beyond my level within the fire. So I study fire risk engineering at university.
Have you studied
structural mechanics? Study thermodynamics. I've got the software on my computer right now. I can show you.
Okay, guys, stop fucking.
I'm not having this fucking conversation again with someone that's been watching too much conspiracy theory bullshit. I know too many people that have had too much loss from this shit.
I know people that died there. I know people that were there on the scene.
Me too.
And I freaking I was living in South Jersey, and I even there was so much soot.
Man, I told you, I'm heading off already, so I'm not fucking having
that it was coming off of New York City into Upper New Jersey.
Later, Simon.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Nick, but something like that.
Just don't worry about it, man. Just write it out. You can't agree on an opinion, and
well,
I don't know why people.
I was in a video in a hangout with Vaughn, and he got mad when I said that there's more poor white people in America than what there is blacks.
It's true. I have family that's Hispanic. I'm just gonna say that. Period.
Nick, you even read stories that there was so much soot that New York City, that area was burning for a freaking month.
My mother was in Michigan in that area, and she wasn't allowed to leave. And my teacher's parents got flown into the building.
I know, but if you have a firefighter's boots that are designed to protect you from fire, and the bottom of them are melting off after the building is down, when they're looking for people, you can tell that did not come down by the freaking planes.
Well, not just by the planes. I don't believe it was just by the planes.
No, my dad, he was saying that when the plane hit and you saw the fire going this way, that was gone. The plane didn't have anything to do with it. Hell, the plane's oxygen and fuel like evaporated. But when you zoom in, you could see pellets of smoke going pop, 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 pop. Like that thing, this steel was so hot that they were saying C4 wouldn't even bring it down that hot, that fast. I'm sorry, it's just that I lived there and I actually got sent home by school when I saw those. I lived in Jersey and I saw those planes coming down when I was in school and I had to be rushed home.
I mean, nanorobotics exists. That's one thing I know. Nanorobotics does exist. The concept is that you know, if nanorobotics exists, it is possible. I'm not saying it's not impossible that nanorobotics could be fused with thermite and, you know, vice versa, be flown into a plane and also be inside the building. And
hold on, I'll be right back.
And basically, it could destroy a plane. Maybe I'm just crazy with my thoughts. Or it could destroy a building too, you know? What do you think, Cassius?
I have a point.
I don't know.
You have a point? I heard your fiance say that.
Yeah.
I kind of have a point there, right? Like nanorobotics fused with thermite could blow the fuck out of a building.
I think it wouldn't take that. I think thermite on its own would do it. Because thermite on its own can go through feet of steel. So
yeah. Well, that's just a thought, you know. I just looked up nanites fused with thermite, all right, or thermal nanites. The government's gonna think I'm fucking crazy.
well, I mean,
what?
we all are. We're all crazy.
We're all a little bit deplorable.
God damn it.
Before I was saved, I was deplorable. I could see that being a metal song. I don't know why.
Nick, I'm back. My dad told me it was thermite that brought down the Twin Towers.
I was saying thermal nanites. But maybe I'm crazy. You know?
But yeah, my dad's been in for 30 years.
Maybe I'm a conspiracy theorist.
But look this up. Look up the New World Order playing cards. you would see Donald Trump, something that looks like Donald Trump, picture of his face saying, "Enough is enough." You would see the picture of a card of the Twin Towers, a card of the Pentagon, and a card of the Building 11, Building 7. And this game came out back in the early 90s. It was called NWO Illuminati, playing card game.
Let's see. Petting my giant Oscar cichlid. Oh, that's cute. That is actually cute. Yeah, a guy just said cute, hate me.
Is that a euphemism, or are they actually petting a fish?
They're actually petting a fish.
Okay.
That's kind of cool.
Oh shit, police take over BET hip hop words. Slavery still exists. Slavery still exists.
No, it doesn't. Unless you count the sex slave.
Oh, the reason why that teenage black kid was going to try to assassinate Donald Trump, he made a live video of it. He said that if Donald Trump gets in, my mom has to get off food stamps and get a job. Because Donald Trump said that he would get rid of people with food stamps and people on that one thing, welfare. He was saying Donald Trump said if the people that are able to work can get it. Donald Trump said something that welfare should be for the extremely mentally handicapped, like physically and mentally, and the elderly and Vietnam vets that are coming back, like the veterans that are coming back from war. So it can help them with life. If you're just spreading your legs and giving birth to kids just to get money from the government, your ass can get up there and take your legs and get a job and work. If you're able to work, you can work. Now, is that wrong for me saying that?
No. No. I'll follow right wing news. Why are you echoing again? For some reason.
I forgot to mute.
Yeah, dude. I'll follow right wing news. I mean, that's just me. But That's because I'm more of a constitutionalist, an alternative, right? I'm really not into having other people yell over each other, though. That's the way I am lately. I don't give a shit if you guys hash it out. Just that's the way I fucking see it. Just if you can't have a civil conversation, one or the other needs to obviously decide that. He obviously did, you see, you know? And the way I see it is everybody can disagree and everybody can have a different opinion, you know? Maybe I'm crazy. But we can still agree on some things, but I don't agree on gun control, and I never will. Sorry, not sorry. I believe that every American should be allowed to own a fucking semi-automatic.
That's what I was trying to tell him, is that I was saying that the media is telling you that a semi-automatic is an
It's
assault
bad.
rifle.
Yeah.
A semi-automatic, you hold it like this, and you pull the trigger once, one round goes out. Assault rifle, you hold that, and our military doesn't even use fully automatic anymore. It's 3-round burst. Pop, 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 pop. Then it switches to semi, pop, pop, then flip back.
Morning, your broadcast is ending in 1 hour. Cool. I'll go lay down for like 3 or 4 hours and go to church. I don't think that any place in America should ever have a fucking gun-free zone. That's where they went wrong in the first place. Gun-free zones are going to kill America.
Nick, look at the picture of the New World Order card that I sent you. It's the way that the terrorist
I don't see
attack.
nothing there.
You gotta.
Nope, there's nothing there, dude.
It isn't. So it's not even there yet.
I'm reading. Okay. Yeah, I get it.
And the picture of the terrorist attack on that card is the exact same way it was hit on 9/11.
Yep.
Also look up videos about thermite.
I already know. I was just checking if thermite nanites were ready, available for the military, you know, earlier.
Yeah, the reason why I got mad about it is because I was a kid and I lived on that part of the country when it happened. If you're from,
I didn't live on that part of the country. You know where I lived at that time? I lived in Arizona. My mother worked over in that side of the country at the time.
Yeah.
She flew back and forth a lot. So we had my grandma come out from California a lot. And she would babysit us or vice versa. We would go out to my great aunt's house, which was out near, it was out in a different part of Arizona.
I look at it, if you weren't even a kid and you didn't grow up in that part of the country, in your teen years up to your early adulthood, in your early 20s, like that. You know how? Here, I'll get on full screen. This right here is Newark, New Jersey. This is Newark, like New York City. And there's like a bridge right here. When 9/11 happened, it happened so bad that the blocks was so filled with soot, even like the subways would fill. Even some of the part in Jersey City was filled with soot and ash from the Twin Towers.
Hey, I want to cut you off real quick. We are told to remember the idea, not the man, because a man can fail. He can be caught. He can be killed. He can be forgotten. But hundreds of years later, an idea can still change the world. V for Vendetta. I think that movie has some truths to it, to what was going to happen to America. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm a conspiracy theorist. Maybe I'm wearing a tinfoil hat. But on some things, your mic's muted. Some things I actually do know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
The thing that I don't like is the whole Guy Fawkes mask. Because Guy Fawkes wanted to bring a theocracy into Britain. That's why he did it.
Well, look
That's
how
why
good
he
Britain's
did the,
doing so good right now when they're having a Muslim mayor. As soon as they have a Muslim chancellor, Sharia law. Look what happened to Lebanon. Look what
Sharia
happened to
law,
Iraq
yeah.
and Afghanistan. Egypt used to not even be a Muslim country. Muslims went over there and took it over. Same thing happened in Lebanon. Just watch videos of Bridget Gabriel. She said that when she was a kid, that's when the war was going on, and she had to hide in the freaking sewers and eat rats just to survive. But I'll just say this. When people are making fun of us conspiracy theorists about the red stickers on the mailbox and about 9/11, just wait till they roll your ass. Just wait till the middle of the night when they grab your ass, throw you in the back of a van, and take you to a FEMA camp. Then if I see somebody that I tried to warn and like, well, help me, I'll be like, fuck you. I warned you. I did like God said. Did like God and Jesus said. Warn them before it happens. And if they don't listen to you, they made their own choice.
Right?
Nick, now, if you kept on warning people and that happened, let's say the FEMA camps did happen and they got dragged and thrown in and they saw you, would you help get them out after you warned them like thousands of times?
Maybe.
And see,
But fuck, no. I don't know why, but your mic keeps echoing. It must be a setting or something. Oh! Dropped it. Caught it.
I'm going to have another coffee and a cigarette. I'll be back. If you start another show earlier, like later today, I'll be on.
I want to try to start it before 5 o'clock tomorrow. Like in the afternoon. Before. But never know with how I wake up or vice versa what I'm doing
Well,
today.
5 o'clock in the afternoon for you, you're 2 hours. 2 hours. I'm like 2 hours ahead of you.
Yeah, Yeah, that wouldn't be that bad. Maybe I'll
Where it would be like
sleep
7
at a
o'clock.
reasonable time then.
Be like 7 o'clock at night,
Yeah.
5 o'clock in the night.
Yeah, that's the only thing I don't like about the Guy Fawkes mask is Guy Fawkes himself. Because he wanted to bomb Parliament because he wanted a theocracy.
Okay. You wanted to bomb Parliament? Well, I support that. So maybe Parliament needed bombing. You ever
Yeah,
think
but
of that?
yeah, but the reason
Or maybe Parliament needed bombing.
maybe, but the reason why I highly doubt it would have to have a Catholic theocracy in Britain.
Yeah. I was just saying, maybe they needed bombing. Maybe if bombing happened a long time ago, it would have never taken away their guns in the UK. You think about that?
Your beard and that mask, dude.
Totally. Right? Totally. Makes you laugh. Makes you giggle. Hee hee hee, ha 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 ha. It's deplorable. I need to get more masks. Like a Boba Fett mask.
Yeah.
That would be dope. Can you see my toothpick?
I can. And it completes the whole picture.
He's gonna laugh when he comes back and puts his headphones on.
Yeah.
Remember, the 5th of November.
Hey,
Yeah, I remember.
I think what the words you're looking for are gunpowder, treason, and plot. I can think of no reason for it to ever be forgotten. There you go. You're welcome. I watched that movie so many times.
So have I.
I can't
He
listen
doesn't
to
believe that people like George Soros own the world, but I do. Maybe I'm crazy for it.
find it all a bit fascinating.
Don't you find it fascinating that all these people claim this stuff, and most of the ones that come to light with information that proves
this stuff magically disappear?
That too is fascinating.
Yeah. Magic. Very, very fascinating, right? Very fascinating.
Well, I'm headed to bed.
All right, man. Have a good one.
You too.
And remember, stay anonymous.
Yes.
Hmm. Yep, it's just me. Good old me thinking about good old me. No, I'm kidding. Well, the reality is most people don't think about the little things. They overlook it because they believe what they're told. They believe what everybody else spews, you know? They kind of just believe whatever is out there to believe. And I'm not one of those people, you know? Maybe I'm a conspiracy theorist. Maybe, just maybe, I'm crazy. Crazy enough to believe, to have a tinfoil hat on. Crazy enough to believe before I was saved, I was very, very deplorable. And shalom. That's all I had to say. Prosperity, peace, grace. You know, it's all taught me a lot of things. Be happy with what you have. Don't impersonate or
terminate on somebody else's rights. In that aspect, you should respect somebody else's rights. Because if you don't respect somebody else's rights, then you don't respect your own. If you don't respect your own, then somebody else will take them. You see? They'll take them real quick. They'll take them like gasoline spreading to a wildfire. And when they take them, you have to fight like hell to get them back. Actually, you won't ever get them back when they take them. You'll be truly, truly oppressed. All the things you have now, that is due to not being oppressed in the way and fashions that some people are. But you still are oppressed in certain ways. The global taxation equals theft. Sorry to tell you. Any form of taxation equals theft. And reality for me is I'm wearing a mask and it's getting too hot on my face. Seriously though, all seriousness, you think our rights deserve to be taken away, you're an idiot. That's what I want to say. Do you think our rights deserve to be impeded on? You're one deplorable human being. Because without these rights to be self-evident, we would be nothing at all. Do you not understand that? Do you not grasp those concepts? Do you not put them through your mind? Do you not think about them? Because I think about them. I think about them every moment that I wake up, every moment that I go to sleep. I think about them because when my family came over here and founded the New World with other people and amongst other people. They were thinking about themselves. They were thinking about starting a family over here. They were thinking about not having a ruler. They were thinking about having freedoms, having rights. And you can't tread on our rights. We're Americans. Sorry to tell you, but you may think you can tread on them, but you can't. You can tread on somebody else's rights. You come treading on these rights, we'll fucking blow your head off. Your rights end where my rights, my rights end where your rights begin. And your rights end where my rights begin. Vice versa. That means you cannot trample on somebody else's rights without trampling on the individual basis of the system. It fucks the system up, is basically what I'm trying to say. Anywho. That's kind of funny. Is these Muslims asked this Texas pig farmer to move. He told them to shove it up their asshole. I would have too. Why should he move to please you? Basically, I'm trying to say is you can't supersede on somebody else's rights. Just like I can't supersede on your rights, you can't supersede on my rights. Vice versa, the government shouldn't be superseding on anyone's rights because they are at the same level as us, and that's what people don't understand. They are exactly the same as me, you, or every other Joe Schmo. And that cup of coffee is gone, which means I'm not going to drink another and another and another and another. You get the point. I don't need to stay up any longer. The point being is when people think that they can supersede on your rights and act like they're God, judge, jury, and executioner of how you live, then tell me exactly how that makes them king over your life. Nobody else is king over your life besides you. And the problem is we've gotten to the point where we have too many laws that makes all these people king over our lives, basically. Well, nobody's king over your life but you and God. That's my belief. May not be all of yours, but it's my belief. And I hold strong to that belief. Anywho, hand's kind of killing me. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Yep. You know, it's funny. We had about 12 people in here. 30 minutes, man. 30 minutes.
Mm. Yeah.
I was just talking
nice.
about superseding on others' rights.
All I'm gonna say is that a lot of people that live in Europe get the wrong information. They're being lied to by our government.
They're being lied to. And the sad truth is they're being lied to not only by our government, but by their government. Because their government's already been owned. The only thing that the UK can have on us is they got out of not owning their own fucking banking system.
And it is true that I said that Rockefeller, like a lot of England, a lot of their banks are owned by Rockefeller.
No, the UN Brexit exit got a lot of that sold. Just saying. Not all of it, though. Can't say all of it. Pretty sure.
But I think that
not certain
England has more gun deaths than what we do because of criminals.
Yes, they do.
Hell, over there, if you
And if they
have
don't
a
have
shotgun,
gun deaths, it's you know what it is? It's knife deaths, stabbings. You can stab somebody multiple times with it.
No, there's. And
I could go down the
wrong.
street today. Here's the point, man. I could go down the street today. Not saying I will, but I could go down the street today and just fucking go chop a bunch of people up. But not saying I'm going to. You know, that's just the fucking point. Is half these people come into this country and act like they can fucking commit murder and do whatever the fuck they want. And the reality is they don't have the rights to supersede on somebody else's rights. Their rights end where somebody else's rights begin.
And that's why they get arrested by talking badly about the government, is because they don't have a Second Amendment to protect their First Amendment.
Exactly. They don't have a Second Amendment to back up the fact that they can have their freedom of speech.
And the whole, when people say, oh, separation of church and state, no, that just means that the government can't force you to be a part of a religion you don't want to be.
Right? I gotta pee again, man. I'll be really quick, but just keep talking, because there's only, like I said, 30 minutes left. Now 29.
All right. And with the freedom of religion, that means that you have your right to pray in school. You have the right to pray in public places. And semi-automatic, that you can go out and freaking hunt a deer with it. When you pull the trigger, that just means one projectile comes out. It's not like a freaking gun that they use in war. And that's why society has gone to hell, is because they believe one thing. They believe the news media that's controlled by the 13 families that are in power. You have the Warburgs, Carnegies, Rothschilds, Vanderbilts, Rockefellers, Morgan.
Dude, I need to get my fucking hunting license so I can kill some of these squirrels on the line.
Dude, I'm telling you that if you move to another state, man, I'm telling you this right now. If you move to Idaho or Utah, you don't have a registration to. You don't have to register your gun. You don't have to have a license to purchase long
It's
gun or
bullshit
short
that you
gun.
have to have a license to kill an animal. That's the most bullshit, deplorable thing there
Oh, you know what?
ever has been fucking invented.
Here, even if you move over here to Maine, you wouldn't even have to have a license to hunt a deer or fish because of you having a disability.
Nope. And that's wrong that they try to take rights for guns away from the mentally unstable. I really think that's the most fucking deplorable thing in the whole entire fucking planet.
Yeah.
Because honestly, the reason why is not every person that's mentally unstable is going to fucking kill themselves. Not every person that is mentally unstable is going to go out and kill others.
Like I said in the other hangout the other day, instead of banning the gun, ban the fucking drug.
Like meth or heroin, but they've already tried that, dude.
No, I'm saying like the prescription drug, like that happened at the Aurora shooting and the Boston bombing.
Yeah.
Ban the fucking drug. And you know how Simon got mad, switched the subject when I said, okay, I'll give you a situation. Would you rather have a shotgun where somebody, let's say you either have two choices. Somebody's breaking into your house, call the police, wait 15 minutes to an hour, have the person possibly kill you or rape your children and your wife, or instead of calling the police, have a rifle or a shotgun and shoot the motherfucker when they come into your house. You know how he got silent? And he didn't give an answer? No, he didn't even give an answer when I said that.
Yeah.
What would you do? Call the police when somebody's breaking in your door? Wait 15 minutes?
I would, but no, I'd rather go grab my gun or vice versa, grab my weapon and go at them and fucking fend them out of my house, because
just wait.
I'm not going to wait 15 to 20 minutes or 45 minutes for fucking the police to get there.
Until they get
fucking,
inside your house and shoot the son of a bitch.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. There's such thing as called a kingdom and domain law.
That's why there's so many gun deaths, is because people aren't reporting like these people coming in and breaking in and shooting people. They think it's the law-abiding citizens going out and shooting people, but it's not. It's the gang members shooting other gang members, people coming in, shooting homeowners.
Yeah, they're going to claim that last night's bombing wasn't radical Islamic terrorism.
Oh, I didn't hear that. Where was last night's bombing at?
New York. 29 people injured.
No, with me, it's not even a radical Islam. It's fucking Islam. People need to read the freaking Quran like me, you, Vaughn, and Michael Savage did. Now, would you want somebody like that studies follows a faith like that in your country?
Fuck no.
Oh, did you see that
You know
video
what?
I
We need,
posted?
hold on, man. We need to build them camps over in these fucking places. They say they can't fucking live. You know, blah blah blah. We need to build them all camps. Give them their stupid machine guns so they can kill each other and fucking leave. Because, you know, us interjecting in all their bullshit and us interjecting in all their wars and all their diplomatic matters, it's not fucking helping anymore. We're just killing each other or getting fucking killed in the process.
We need to
do it anymore. We don't need to interject in everybody else's fucking problems anymore. We need to let them fucking hash it out for them goddamn selves, like we should have done in fucking World War II.
Nick, let me say this for a second.
Because a lot of these bastards don't look at the fucking the fucking positive things we did in World War II, especially UK.
This is what I'm gonna say. Is that you have all these Hillary supporters.
You know that they were making. Why were they?
Let me say this real quick, Nick. I'm gonna forget it. You have all these Muslim sympathizers. Take every single one of those motherfuckers, throw them out in the Middle East. See how much Islam is so peaceful.
You won't see Islam be peaceful. You know, the point being.
No, but as soon as you take all those Hillary supporters, all those liberal, anti-gun, anti-this, Sharia is good, Islam is good, throw them in the middle, throw them out in Iraq and Afghanistan, in the Middle East and Egypt, and guess what? They'll be fucking dead.
Yeah, and the point being, dude, I was trying to make is that they don't know how to fucking assimilate. They don't know how to fucking change. They don't know how to even fucking be kind to one another. They don't know.
They're still living in the fucking dark ages.
They're living in the fucking past, dude, and they don't know how to fucking. They do not how to get forward without fucking killing the masses. And the point I was trying to make is he turned that around on you and fucking totally acted like you know we should have, you know, just because we should have firearms, we should have nuclear weapons, dude. I love how
I know how he twisted my words.
Yeah, that's fucking bullshit, dude. I'll just say that. Period.
A person with a normal mind would think of something like firearms.
You know what?
Weaponry.
When I get my first firearm, I'm gonna brandish it at the fucking camera, and he ain't gonna tell me I can't. Second Amendment, motherfucker. And you know what? Better yet, when I move back to Arizona, because I see it coming in the future, I'm gonna own 25 guns.
Nick, I gotta ask you something. Let's say you do move to Arizona. Let's say you move to Arizona, you have a motorcycle. I would move to Arizona and I would have you as my VP. And there was only 2 rules that you would have to, probably 3 rules that you would have to follow to join the motorcycle club. 1, you would have to be born here. 2, you would have to be a diehard patriot. And 3, you would have to be a constitutionalist. Now, do you agree with those 3 rules?
That's easy, dude. But the problem is most of these motherfuckers don't know how to do those 3 rules. It's that fucking simple.
Hell, I was even trying to tell him that, wasn't it true that Newark, New Jersey was also decimated by the soot and smoke? There's people trapped in subways. There's people for 4 blocks. Even 4 blocks was covered with soot and ash.
You don't need a fucking degree to tell you that. You don't need a fucking degree to tell you that there is something wrong with 2 buildings going down for fucking God knows what reason. We're not even gonna fucking touch that subject anyway. The point being is, let them go all over to the fucking Syria. Let's go make them camps. Let them kill each other and, say fuck it, because, we shouldn't drop bombs on them, because that's just starting a war where we don't need one. And the point being is, if we don't start a war, there won't be one.
We need to do what Washington said. Keep our fucking noses out of foreign policy. Unless somebody attacks us, that's when we stick our nose in.
Yep.
But look what happened when we went over, like, Michelle, bring our girls back. Women in Syria and Iraq need to have
Hey, you know
rights.
what? I could say I know a lot about world politics, too. I've got 3 or 4 books on it.
Let me say this before I forget it. What I was trying to say is, you know how Obama and Michelle was saying that we need to go over to Iraq and give the women their rights to drive? As soon as we did that, what happened? A lot of women started to fucking die.
Right?
Keep our nose out of people. Keep our nose out of shit.
Yeah, we don't need to have our nose in other people's fucking... What we need to learn is we need to learn not to fucking brown nose other people's asshole.
How about this shit? I'll say it right now. Piss America off. See what we build.
Right?
Because I'll tell you this right now, if you're still listening, Simon, the steel that we have in our towers is a lot stronger than yours. We have a lot more better resources. Our freaking education might be in the shitter. But when it comes to, I'll say this real quick. When it comes to weaponry and military, our military is a lot fucking better than the British. We are the fucking British Empire of today than what the British were back then.
I'm going to tell you, Roman architecture is what a lot of buildings in the U.S., especially a lot of our capital cities, are built out of. And same with the UK and parts of the UK and other parts of France and so on and so forth. You get where I'm going with this. Yeah. Roman architecture is the reason that a lot of the buildings don't get fucking toppled to the ground. But the point being is the Twin Towers weren't built with that same architecture. And if they were, they probably wouldn't have crumbled as easy. They might have.
Another thing is that people don't, what I was trying to say is that, remember back in 95, we got hit, the Empire State Building got hit, and that fucker didn't go down? Because you know why? It was made out of concrete and steel.
Mm-hmm.
Like steel, you know how when you're driving and you see those the steel cable that they make bridges out of?
Yep.
The steel that was in the Empire State Building and the Twin Towers were 10 times thicker than that.
Mm-hmm.
They were like the size of the tube.
But he is kind of correct on some things. He is a firefighter, or was a firefighter and all that.
I know, but what I was trying to tell him is that, did he study metallurgy? Did he study welding?
Did he study, you mean, what's the word for it? Blacksmithing, or did he study?
Metallurgy, blacksmithing is just for making like knives and swords and shit. Yeah. Metallurgy is for like metal welding. Yeah.
Building.
But you know how when I asked him, was he a firefighter for the trees or was he a firefighter for the homes?
He can give you a straight answer.
You know how the left and especially socialists go around like weasel around it like a freaking snake, slither around it. And who would know more about 9/11? Somebody in the fucking UK or somebody that lived in Jersey?
Steel framing, bro. That's what it's called when you build buildings out of steel like that.
I know, but who would, when it comes to like something like that, 9/11, who would you believe more? Somebody that lived in Jersey? Or would you believe somebody that lives in the UK?
I believe anyone who lived in the United States of America or anyone who lived across seas.
I know, but this is the thing
my
that
point.
a lot of people don't understand is that the East Coast it takes it a lot more personal, especially if you're living in Philly, New York, and New Jersey, than what you would living in Texas or California. Yeah, it's still a morning, but if you're living in that 3 areas, you would feel it a lot more, and it would be a lot more personal to you. And Trump was right.
It
when
was
there was
personal to me in a lot of aspects because, you know, my teacher even made us watch it
yeah.
over and over
And,
because his parents
and the
died,
thing is, when
like I said.
Pantera was still around, they were over in getting ready to go over to Japan, and they ended up flying directly back on their plane.
You talking
They're
about the
literally
band Pantera?
Yeah, they broke up in 2002
Why did they fly back?
because they found out that the New York got hit,
Okay.
so they canceled the Asian concerts.
They canceled their Asian tour, is what you're saying.
Yeah. But I read a story recently in England where there's this man that he had his house being broken into.
Hey, you
and
want to know something?
he
Hey, I
ended
bet
up.
I could look up a live stream right now on Facebook,
Mhm.
and it would be of thousands upon thousands of Muslims in a main city in the UK
Mhm.
doing prayer.
Oh yeah.
And you're going to tell me that they have not invaded your country.
And it was true. Trump was Trump. I'll tell you this, Nick. Trump
You heard
was
me over
right.
here laughing while he was saying half of what he was saying, right? Because
Yeah.
I have actually lived in Illinois. I lived there for a month and a half by technicality
And
because I
Nick,
was living with a friend.
Trump was right when he said that when 9/11 happened, there was Muslims dancing and cheering in the street. People need to pick up the Quran and read it. There's no such thing as radical. If it says directly in there,
Here's the point, bro. Here's the
I
point.
have been
No
made
such thing as
victorious
moderate.
with.
Hey, there's no such thing as moderate because the moderate will come and attack you too. Because
That's what I was.
once they're fucking radicalized by other fucking Sunnis, or you get the fucking point. Once they're fucking
Nick, that's what I was saying. I was saying there's no such thing as.
They will be fucking taking off your head, my head, everybody else's head, and saying fuck the world and praise
Nick,
Allah when they do it.
That's exactly what I was saying. I was saying there's no such thing as radical. If you pick up the book and read it, it says directly in there, plain as black and white, with your own 2 eyes, I have been made victorious with terror. Now, doesn't that make him a terrorist?
Yep.
Mecca, hell, he went over to Mecca, decimated that place, and that's why they have the dome.
You know that they rebuilt their holy building on top of the Jewish temple, right?
Yeah.
Because they felt that they were robbed of their inheritance, aka when they were brought into existence, what I believe anyways, that they were brought into existence because Isaac and Ishmael, all right, 2 brothers, one was robbed of the other's inheritance.
Yeah, but see, with that, this is the thing. Christ didn't study Islam. Islam didn't start until 650 years after the
I know. That's what I'm trying to say. But even though it may have not started, it was in the works of becoming something.
Yeah, and another people don't realize is that Muhammad's parents weren't even Jewish. They had nothing to do with the
And I know
Jewish
that
faith.
without even taking some class to teach me Muslim apologetics and everything else. And yeah, that's
Muhammad's
what I'm gonna call it.
Muhammad's
If
parents
you've
were
got to
occultists.
the point
They
being is
worship
if you
demons.
gotta fuck Obama for a minute. If you gotta actually fucking learn some shit about a religion just to fucking understand a religion, what is that? Oh god. Maybe I'm just looking too deep into this, but if you've got to learn something about a religion, go to university to learn something about a religion, then it kind of says something. If you really got to take your time to learn something at a university about one specific religion, when you couldn't just go to a library and buy 20 books and know all you need to know about one religion.
Nick,
Biased
you just
and
read my mind.
unbiased.
I was gonna say, why don't you go to a?
Jesus fucking Christ!
That's what I was thinking. Why don't you go to a freaking library like we did as a kid and educate your ass? We had library cards. We rented a freaking 12 books for a week.
I
and took
used
it
to
back.
sit in a library and would rent the three books I liked the most at the end of the day. But all the other books I'd read while I was sitting there. And if you couldn't do that, then you're a fucking idiot. I'm sorry. I have reading problems and I can do that. We have 5 minutes left.
Yeah, we're just deplorables.
We're just fucking that deplorable. And you know what? And that being said, being deplorable, you know, we need a deplorable song to
Nick,
fucking
I'll rather
end
take
this
my
out.
20 bucks. Nick, I'll rather
Play this song because of fair use, and fair use lets me play this song, Star Spangled Banner, and I'll put it in the fucking bottom before it ends.
Nick, I'll rather take my 20 bucks, get a membership at the local library that has old books, get 20 bucks of education from there, than spend like thousands of dollars a year, then get out with some piece of paper just to show people that I'm educated or that I went to college and then be in debt for 20 years.
Right? I'm not ever going to go fucking to college if each and every fucking place keeps wanting something, my arm, leg, and the rest of my fucking body to do
Ted
so.
Cruz, he went to Harvard and Yale, and look how dumb his fucking ass is. The only thing they're smart in is freaking making new freaking bills to pass, new laws to pass into being bills. Hell, we got educated by watching Schoolhouse Rock. I'm just a bill sitting on a I'm just a piece of paper sitting on a hill, waiting on Capitol Bill to become. I'm just a bill sitting on Capitol Hill, waiting to turn into a bill, or something like that.
Something like that.
Pretty much got it halfway right, but
yep. Come on, you fucking cockweasel.
Hell, even if you remember Captain Planet, even there it's even taught.
Videos, dude. Hold up. Just chill out. I'm playing this last fucking. This is fair use. God bless America. Thank you, old man, for dying for me. And fighting for me.
Stand up. Don't be Kevin Capperstrick.
This is all you need to do. Stand up. And yeah, basically that's all he needed to do. Stand up. And stand up
was that easy.
Hell, I'll say this. Kevin Kaepernick is lucky that I don't live in the same city as him,
Colin
because if I had
Kaepernick.
Colin Kaepernick, if I lived in the same city as you and I had a license and I saw you walking down the street, my ass would be in jail for 12 years just by running your fucking prick ass over. And I'll make it so your ass wouldn't even be able to play again. You'll be playing death ball in a freaking wheelchair, shooting a freaking hoop.
He won't be playing after this year. You guarantee it. They'll drop his ass. Fuck it.
Oh, did you hear what the freaking hockey? Did you hear what a hockey coach said? He said that football players are gay because they tackle each other, while hockey players skate around on ice and hit each other with sticks.
They actually hit each other in the face.
I know you can actually trip somebody with
I
the
love
hockey
hockey.
stick.
I
Oh,
love
fuck
hockey.
yeah, man. Hell, I was in hockey.
There's
I
my
played
team.
Nick, I played defense. When I saw somebody coming like this, I did a knuckle puck, like that one thing off of the Mighty Ducks. I'm like, then when somebody was coming over, I freaking tripped them with the bill of the hockey stick. And when they were coming at me, I
God
ended up
bless
like,
America. I believe it's almost about to be over.
okay,
Yep,
I got
it's almost over.
something to ask you. Who would win in a fight? Hockey fan or football fan?
Hockey fan.
Oh, fuck. Shit, like hockey is the best sport to watch.